Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Ref the District's live draft party. Coming to you, I'll try it this way here. On my phone, in the studio, not really working. I'm Nathan. We got Trev. We got Stoner. Computer issues as I tried getting fancy with the setup, and it is now just trying to load. But that's neither here nor there. We will have fancy overlays coming here soon. We're going to have giveaways here sometime soon as everything starts working here in the Perry household. And we're going to have a lot of fun and a lot of discussions. And most importantly, before the night is over, the Washington Commanders will have a franchise quarterback.
That's the biggest thing.
That is by far the biggest thing, the most fun thing that's going to happen here tonight. I did not, by the way, intend for these computer issues, as no one does. My day's been busy. I've been out of the house all day. I got some of this set up before I had to leave. And then I've been gone. And I've been helping out my in-laws, doing locks. I get back. I get a message while I'm out trying to do soccer practice that there might be somebody that we need to, help out. And everything breaks loose. And then it's just been a mess here. So that is why I am not fully prepared. That's why our guys and the stream is not up to par right now, is because of that. But don't worry, we still got a lot of fun here. We are, according to the ESPN stream that I got going up right now, we've got about 30 minutes before the start of the draft. So we will be having a lot of fun. I know that with the stream, things are going to be a little wonky. So please, for the love of goodness, do not spoil the picks. We know Caleb Williams is going 1. That's a gimme. But as far as that second pick, wait until we have a live reaction. And then, by all means, blow us up in the comment section, because we already got several people here in the house. We got Doug. We got Brian Alcatone. John here in the house, Locked On Law. Billy is in the house. He is a Bengals fan, just here for the prizes and incredible insights. Billy normally joins us on Facebook. As I was logging in, StreamYard is having issues connecting to Facebook. That is not on our end. That is a technical issue with StreamYard. So I appreciate Billy taking the initiative to jump on on there. Go Caps already asking for Jaden Daniels to go there. I tried using Jaden Daniels' Buffalo Wild Wings code. Didn't work. So no B-dubs in the house. And hey, that is what it is. Yeah, Adam loving the setup. I think this is going to be fantastic. So like I said, this is going to be how I see the draft today. I'll have the draft up here. Everyone will be up here once it starts working. And then that screen is going to be for our giveaways. So stay tuned for that as far as that's concerned. Let's start with our draft day fits. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, kind of in some plain Jane, items. Those are the two QBs that I think a lot of people are focused on. You're going to have Drake May. I haven't seen what he's wearing. And J.J. McCarthy, not at the draft. Now, I had seen some people, talking about how he wasn't invited, and so they think that he's going to fall to the second round. That is malarkey. J.J. McCarthy opted to be with family rather than at the facility. He wanted to be surrounded. The NFL does limit how many people you can bring to the green room area, and he said, I have too many people. This is in Detroit. I can't fit my entire family, 10 people. They've got to be more. So he is not there. So we won't see his draft day fit until Washington selects him with that second pick. And then we'll get to see what he's wearing in his family and everything like that. The jokes aside, I am wearing the 5 today. So will I be prepared? We'll see. What do we got there for you, Trev?
I've got the old vintage Washington Redskins, paying homage to one of our guests that'll be joining us. He played for us when we were the Redskins. That is Anthony Armstrong. So, pay a little homage to him. Then I got the up-to-date Washington Commanders snapback on. I've got some shades on because all the prospects tonight are wearing shades on the red carpet when it's bright and sunny out there in Detroit. So I'm going to follow suit. I've got something else that I'm going to be donning once our pick is closer.
Nice tease.
But yeah, that's about it. Plain and simple, ready to go.
Stoner, I see the RG3 jersey behind you, so you're not wearing that. What did we wear today?
I just got some good old fashioned W for the Commanders. I'm taking it. It's new school, right? We're gonna have a
Business.
new draft pick, and we're the Commanders, and we got our new hashtag raise hail, which is pretty awesome. So I'm just going pretty standard. It's gonna be a crazy night. We've already proven that it's gonna be crazy and a lot of fun getting ready for all this. So a little behind the scenes, in the middle of the scenes. Nathan, what do you want to do? Do you want to take a minute to set up your computer, or do you want to just power through
Let's power through as long as my audio's fine. If you guys tell me my audio's crap, you guys can see me in like 5-10 minutes. It's pretty bad.
No,
it's
all right.
All right, it's all right. Okay.
It sounds like you're like down the hallway.
It could be because of how my large hand is holding the phone. I am waiting. You guys know the issue with my computer. It takes forever to load.
And of all days,
Like, you know what it is? You know what it is? My cowboy-loving father-in-law crossed a black cat today on our way to take care of business down in the county.
That wore off on you.
There it is.
It did. I was in the vehicle with him.
Okay.
As he crossed the black cat's path.
Yeah.
And it's just been that kind of day. It's been that kind of day.
We've got, like I said, we've got a lot of behind the scenes that's going to be in the middle of in the forefront here because of everything that's going on. But we've got great guests coming. Tailgate Ted, of course, is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. He is in Detroit. He is in the pit in the front, right up there. That's called the inner circle, to where he's right next to the stage. He's already sent a few things out. He's talked to some people, some Kyle Brandt type folks. He is there's concerts going on, so he's going to be calling in right from the front of the stage in the NFL draft. So that's going to be awesome. And then at 7:50, we've got the doctor calling in. We can ask a couple of quick questions of concerns we may have for Jaden Daniels and Michael Penix Jr. possibility in terms of health going forward. So those are just a couple of teases. Plus, we're going to have some giveaways here. Again, we got to wait for Nathan's computer to kind of get ramped up and get all that set up, and then we can knock it out. But Tailgate Ted will be here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll just ask a couple quick questions. And if anybody has anything for Tailgate in terms of what the atmosphere is like there, be ready to ask him questions, and we'll relay to him and see what's happening there. In fact, pretty much just as I say it, Tailgate Ted has popped in here live from Detroit. Nathan, I'm not sure which setup I should use here for that.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to pop out and I'll be right back. So just bring him in.
All right, here we go. We'll bring in good old Tailgate Ted.
Right here. Right here. Sorry, guys. It's a little crazy in here right now. Please, you will witness history as we have some of the top prospects in the country here tonight, ready to make the leap into the NFL.
All right. Hey, thank you for joining us here tonight. It looked wild. Where are all the Washington fans around here? Ugly Kelly Green.
They're all behind me right now. The Hog Farmers, you got Rally Captain back there.
Repping it hard.
Monica back there, our two members from here, and the family here is behind me as well.
That is fantastic. What is the vibe right now? You guys are 45 minutes away from hearing the franchise quarterback name being called. What's that anticipation like?
It's insane right now. We've got 15 people representing each NFL team out here. You got a concert going on, just all these celebrities walking through. I've got Drake May's uncle saying, "Please select my nephew." It's a good time out here right now.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit hard for everybody to hear us talking because of all the noise, but it's great. Look, we don't get to do this very often, to have a celebrity and Tailgate live from the grass here. But Tailgate, are you ready? Just let me ask you this question. Are you ready for a new era in Washington Commanders?
That's the only reason why I'm here, Stoner. I wasn't going to miss the first pick in the Josh Harris era. I want to be here to welcome in a new franchise quarterback, man. I'm pumped. I can't wait.
Tailgate Ted, you're a part of history today. Just real quick, if you can, what time did you get to the facility? Like, was it leading up to 8 o'clock? Like, what are you doing right now? How long have you been there?
So everything opened up at 11:30. Not going to lie, I snuck into a backstage tour of the draft. Got a chance to go back to the green room. And if you pretend like you know you're supposed to be there, no one says anything to you. So it's been a long day, but it's been a fun day. And I can't wait for it to hopefully go on show tomorrow and Saturday.
Well, Ed, it does seem like there's a lot of noise going on, so I don't want to keep you. Let you live in the moment. We appreciate you calling in, giving us a chance. We appreciate you. Let you get back to it, and we'll get back to our watch party here.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, thank you again, Ted, for calling in there. So that was the legendary Tailgate Ted. We appreciate the patience from our audience, as that was probably a little bit louder and the audio might not have been the best. And that is just how things were going. But Adam, I agree. I think that was just an awesome thing for us to kind of see as far as, you know, what it is like in the building, because we don't get to see that kind of stuff very often. And you know, I think that's great that Tailgate Ted was able to, you know, be there for us when it comes to that one. So I'm loading up our fancy overlays, but while I'm loading those up, you can go ahead and put in the chat hashtag raise hail, the new Commanders hashtag, to enter yourself in for a drawing. Raise hail is the first drawing that we'll have tonight. And because of that, I think we're going to have a couple of drawings this time, because, you know, you deserve it for showing up here early. We're only 12 minutes in. And so let's make sure we see those comments coming in the chat. I know we're going to have the banner coming along here shortly, and then we'll give some time for people to give there. So we are going to be doing the giveaway here shortly. I know we're going to have some guests coming. Stoner is scrambling for some reason. So
what are we giving away first? I'm doing the bottom banner.
Let's give away the Jahan Dotson t-shirt.
Okay.
And why don't let's do another one. Let's do the coffee mug as well. Dotson shirt first, coffee mug second. We'll do two here with the raise hail. I've got 11 entries so far. Let's get it to 20 at least before we do the drawing. There's almost 90 people there. Trev looking like he's ready to talk about the entries.
I'm seeing different forms of the raise hail. Is it all lowercase? Is it
all lowercase? One
H?
word. Jersey Slim here has it right. Raise hail is how it should look like. Tommy T following suit there. I am not entirely certain if the capital letters matter. That wasn't in the StreamYard bush. So just go ahead and make sure it is just a simple raise hail to make sure that we get you in there.
Tailgate Ted, because personally, if I snuck in the back door and got to see the green room, I'm already like a kid in the candy store when we get a first down watching the game. So if I got a chance, I don't know if I could act like I've been there before and get away with this. Shout out to him for having the poise to do that. Because me personally, I probably would have. If us three would have went, y'all, I would have given us up like 2 minutes in. I've been like, oh my god, this is so cool. Like, oh my god, this is great. It's green room. Like, you guys got to go.
Kudos to him for just taking the time to call in for us. Because honest to goodness, guys, if it was me, you ain't hearing from me. I'm in the moment. I am not one of those people.
Too, apparently, so
I'm not one of those people here. So we do have more people coming. I'm going to allow the entries to keep rolling in. So keep typing in that raise hail. We're going to give away a Jahan Dotson t-shirt and the Washington coffee mug. We've already been visited by Tailgate Ted. Later on, we'll have Pro Football Dr. Chow. He used to be the Chargers football doc. We'll get to talk to him about some of the concerns we might have of Washington's picks. EB from the Junkies will be on after the pick, and we'll have Anthony Armstrong on. He might have a little insight on what it's like to have a real QB throw you the ball. So maybe, just maybe, he can give us something there before we hit that one. So I'm at 18 entries. Let's get 2 more, and then we'll start this drawing here.
I found a small flaw in this particular hashtag because I put it out on Twitter, right? And if you do it on Twitter, it's going to put the thing at the end, and it might not.
The W?
It's going to put the W at the end, and it might not. But that's okay. That's a problem for just right now, and we'll get back.
We do have some other ones that are going to be there. So make sure again, and we got 19. I need one more, folks. There are 100 people, more than 100 people watching us live right now. We've talked about our game day fits. Soner, I've talked to you about RG3 jersey behind you. I actually walked out to the studio today in my RG3 jersey. That was the last QB Washington took at the 2 spot. And I thought maybe with that black cat mojo, maybe not the right option to do. So that's why I ended up just switching over to the Tressway one. Just so happens to be everybody's favorite pick, Jaden Daniels. Well, maybe not everyone. Locked on Law, not a fan of the new Raise Hail.
Raise Hail, baby.
Oh, I love that. I think it's fantastic.
I love it. I used to love it was Hogs Haven used to have this little skit they did, which was Hail Yeah, which is a hashtag for later. And I love using it like that one. So I think that's fantastic. We are at 20. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here.
All right. We are giving it away.
The first one. Give it away now.
All right. I'm going to write these down so I'll be able to keep track of them.
Perfect. We did get the message from Matt, who won yesterday. And so we'll look at that. We're at 21. So this is for the Jahan Dotson t-shirt. Look at all your wonderful, fantastic names going across the way here. It is going to end up be Nick. Nick, congratulations. Our first winner tonight. Won yourself the Jahan Dotson t-shirt. Nick, we've got your name down. We can see that it's you, but do yourself a favor, double verify just by emailing us refthedistrict@gmail.com. So that way we can make sure we get it to you. And we have ways to verify who it is. So if you think you're trying to be slick and make a Gmail saying Nick from YouTube saying this is my account, we know how to verify people there. So that is the first drawing. We are going to give away a coffee mug now. So you have still a chance to get a coffee mug with the other 20 entries here. Drawing again. And Nick is not a part of this one, so you can't win this one. And we end up with Blake. Congratulations, Blake. Now, the way that we're doing this today is everyone's going to have a chance when we do these giveaways to win in the moment. And we're doing it this way because we wanted to make sure everyone has a chance to win that Sean Taylor jersey that we're going to give away before tonight's stream is over. So Sean Taylor jersey still coming. Congrats, Blake, on getting the coffee mug. And that is awesome. And Nick with the Jahan Dotson jersey. You can see here the other things we have to give away. Of course, Sean Taylor's jersey is the highlight. We've got draft day hats, shirts. We got Scary Terry shirt, another Sean Taylor shirt. And we got 2 more of those t-shirt jerseys to give away and a mini helmet. Everything is going up there. And like I said, each individual one. So Nick and Blake, you can still go in, especially for the Sean Taylor one. But if you want to try to win something else, you can make sure that you put in those hashtags. And we'll make sure people know, what's going on a little bit ahead of time. So we want to make sure people have that opportunity. So congrats, Blake, and congrats, Nick. Let's move on to our draft talk here. And we're going to have our guest coming in right away for us. And that is going to be Dr. Chow coming into the chat here. and I'll go this way to have him jump on. So, hey, Dr. Chow, thanks for joining us. We know you're at your kids' game. It looks like you're coaching right now, which is
I just got off the first base coach thing, and my son's thrilled because he gets the first base coach now.
That's right. That's right. Starting young.
Well, we appreciate you giving the time there. We know you got family time, so we're going to make this quick for you. Washington fans are really eyeing Jaden Daniels as their QB. There was some kind of hoopla about his elbow. What can you tell us maybe that we don't know about, that kind of elbow issue?
Much ado about nothing there. I actually had on the podcast, Believe podcast this week, Ian Rappaport as the guest. He tweeted a picture of Jaden Daniels after his pro day, and it was an old picture with the elbow bursa, and it created a lot of buzz. That was an old picture. He's won the Heisman with that elbow. It looked grotesque. I get it. There was some shadowing, but this is not a Tommy John. Zero concern on that throwing elbow for Jaden Daniels.
Well, Doc, do you have any concerns about the other sort of issue possibly with Jaden Daniels, which is his slight frame, going from college to the NFL where everybody's big and fast and strong and wants to kill the quarterback? Do you see any issues with the slight frame for Jaden Daniels?
Well, there aren't too many quarterbacks that are bigger than defensive players outside of maybe Josh Allen, maybe Cam Newton, right? So anyone who gets hit is going to get hurt. Slight frame is an issue, but it's about the hits you take and going down, right? But also, if you run as part of the offense, you expose yourself to more danger. If you run on 3rd and 8 when you have to, out of necessity, it lessens the danger. So it's about the amount of exposures. Yes, his slight frame is a potential concern, but everybody's bigger than almost every quarterback that's drafted in this league. So it's about what I call the number of double black diamond ski runs you take as opposed to taking the blue runs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, Doc, since we're on the injury topic, what is the biggest difference from 5-10 years ago in the sports medicine field? Is it the medicine's gotten better, the equipment, or the actual rehab exercises, or is it all combined as one?
Well, the rehab's gotten better and everyone's, healthier but the problem is, bigger, stronger, faster. Your Achilles, your ACL doesn't get any bigger or stronger. And the other thing that I've noticed is that there's more about shutdown season. Like it used to be, you just play through for film, play through for the next year. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's taking care of your body for the next season, looking at your contractual status. Not saying that's wrong, but I just see more of that recently.
We have a comment here from our viewers. JG is asking, what do you know about Yale offensive tackle Kieran Amagagia? Which I probably butchered that poor guy's name, but Yale offensive tackle missed some time with an injury. Is there anything that you might know about Kieran and his injury and the recovery that as a quad injury that he suffered?
Well, first of all, I hope you don't mind. My son's at bat, so I'm looking over the camera here a little bit. But, I should know about the Ivy League guys because, I went to Harvard and we all have to be a team, But I got to say, this one sort of escaped me. I don't want to BS anybody. I don't know what's going on. He wasn't on my radar screen. But first base. Go, Steele.
Excellent. Great for your son to make first base.
Why don't you steal?
Yeah, why don't you steal it, man? Come on.
Oh, they're watching you. They're watching you.
Yank him from the game if he's not going to steal.
They're watching you. Would you go?
Come on, steal it. Steal it.
They're asking why you're a chicken.
I want you to be there for your son and watch him. So I think we're good with the questions, Doc. Thanks again for jumping on here for Rest of District with us.
Yeah, he stole.
We appreciate it. So.
But I'll tell you, the one big one is Latu. I don't think he's the first player because of his neck issues. He can play, but one more neck injury and he'll be Leighton Vander Esch. And so that's what you want to be careful of. Okay?
So that's good information. We'll see if one of our rivals might be taking him off the board for us. Thanks again, Doctor.
Thank you, guys.
Can catch him on his own Believe podcast. Make sure you do that when he's not coaching his son in baseball. Thanks again, Doctor. So that was Dr. Chow, former professional football doctor, coming in the house there. So that was pretty awesome as he was there taking the time out from his family to make sure that he jumped on the chat with us here on there. Trev has his hand raised.
Any bets on what Anthony Armstrong's going to be doing when he calls in?
I know, right? Like this is
somebody
this
at the
been,
draft.
This has
What's
been
EB
such
going to
a
be doing? You know,
Well, I know I'm betting that EB will be in his backyard with a fire going and probably 3 whiskey and cokes in by that time. so that should be interesting, especially if it's not Jaden Daniels and it's some sort of surprise, which I don't think it's going to be. I don't know at this point. I mean, we're probably 20 to 30 minutes away from the pick being made. I don't think there's going to be any surprises. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It's Jaden Daniels.
So two things. First, I have 4 minutes and 5 seconds before the draft begins. You know that's going to be 20 minutes after that before Washington's pick is in.
You need to pause for like 20 seconds, Nathan.
I need to pause for 20 seconds. Okay.
Trev and I synced up earlier, and so you got to pause because right now we're at 4:15.
4:15. Okay. Well, I'm pausing right now. While I'm pausing, Nick, the address is Ref the District. EP doing her best there, but she did have a G instead of the H, but it is going to be Ref the District. I'm at 3:45. Let me know. Is that close? Should I pause again?
We're at 3:50.
All right. So I'm going to pause at 3:34. You let me know when you get to 3:34 there.
Okay.
So Ref the District is the email that you should get. And we're going to go to our next draft as soon as we're synced up. Our next
35, 34, 33.
Right. There we go. We are synced up as they show my man, JJ McCarthy.
That's right.
There. So let's get the next one in, which is Hail Yeah. And I'm going to do that. Let's see. Let's hashtag that one. So, Hail Yeah.
But, what are we giving away this time?
This one, let's go to my giveaway. So that's the deal here. Let's give away Scary Terry t-shirt and the the Terry McLaurin shirt. Let's give away those two items. I think we needed to do 3 items, didn't we? So we have a Terry McLaurin jersey shirt and a Scary Terry t-shirt.
How about we'll call that a Shurzy?
A Shurzy.
Shurzy and a Scary Terry.
Like Scary Terry t-shirt. Absolutely. And so I'm going to remove the branding so everybody can see exactly how it was written. You need to be putting that onto your screen right now. So that way you can enter one of the Terry McLaurin shirts. Whether or not it's the Shurzy or the Scary Terry one. We'll do the draft day fits next, but this is your Scary Terry jersey. Oh, also, why don't we go ahead and give away the mini helmet?
No, not yet. I just typed it all in and saved it.
Okay. Stoner says no. We'll give away 5 items in one go here. I know Tommy T said he was going to be doing some Fireball. I have water. I had my Don't Sleep energy shot. And now I'm going to be doing some Oklahoma refreshers. So that is what we've got going on here. So make sure you enter the Hail Yeah here to get your chance to win. So Stoner, you're pretty sure it's going to be Jaden Daniels. I know, Trev, you want it to be Jaden Daniels. Is there anything in your mind that thinks that this is going to go elsewhere?
Yeah, I was talking to Stoner about this pre-show. I want Jaden Daniels, and I'm excited for this pick. But in the past, it's always been, okay, they're going to go here, go here, go here, and draft comes, and it's like, Jahan Dotson? No offense, like nothing against him now because he's a good player. But at the time, I had never heard of Jahan Dotson until we took him at pick number 16, I think, in the first round. So I'm just suffering from past drafts and how it went. So I'm nervous on that front because, everything is pointing to Jaden Daniels. But if we say Drake May up there, I'm going to be a little dejected personally. But I'm pretty confident it's Jaden Daniels. Like Stoner said, there's smoke, there's fire. So
it certainly is the odds-on bet favorite. In fact, we would be remiss if we didn't tell you to go to Bet online and use the code BELIEVE, BLEAV, to get yourself a 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. You can do draft day bets, or you can bet on the caps. Or no, Washington Wizards didn't make the playoffs, so you can't bet on them, but you can bet on the NBA playoffs. My Oklahoma Thunder are there, so you might be able to make some smart moves. Bet online has all of your wagering information right at your fingertips, so you can use our code BELIEVE, BLEAV, to make smart decisions and get a 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. I've got 24 entries right now, but I have nearly 250 people watching us. So you're going to want to get in there and make sure you hit that hail yeah. Harry, thanks for joining us on Facebook. Facebook's issue seems to have been resolved, so that's good. But it's not hail ta, it's hail yeah. So make sure you get that in there here real quick. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to win these prizes that we have. I am trying to turn on the closed captions right now without ruining my
yeah, I turned the comments off on mine over here.
Yes, that is actually something. Thank you. As I saved that comment, let me go to that one real quick. A reminder, we are streaming this, and so you are going to find out before we get it. So please keep the comments benign until we react to what we watch. And then by all means, unload with, oh, this is the pick and everything like that. Because if you ruin it, it means we can't watch chat, and we like getting your comments, because then there's stuff like Adam's comment in here. Could you imagine if the Bears shock us and draft Daniels? Wouldn't that be the greatest thing ever? Yes, I would love to get Caleb one here. Absolutely. No longer the first question. But Doug is asking about Stoner's hand. So if you were in our live stream yesterday, Stoner got super excited, and you may have injured yourself. We should have gotten Dr. Chow to ask about that hand for you.
That's true. You're muted.
Stoner muted himself, so he is learning how to do the stream.
I mean,
sorry. Yeah, I got so excited yesterday because of it was at the end of the show, and we had just learned in the middle of the show, we had learned what the new hashtag was going to be, which is I've already forgotten, raise hail. And then at the very end of the show, right, and Trev just spilled out there, he said, raise hail, and I loved it. And I just lost my mind, and I hit the light right above me here, which has been here for the longest time, and I know it's there. And I just lost my mind and hit my hand. And it was really sore this morning, but I'm fine. I lived. You know why? Because I'm a gamer. Because I play through pain. Because no matter what, I show up on game day.
That's right.
Let's go with the jersey first for Terry McLaurin. 32 people in for this one, and for the Scary Terry t-shirt. The draw is on its way here. Let's see who it's going to be. For the jersey is up first.
Oh, the jersey's up first.
JG. Congratulations. JG, who was teasing Stoner there earlier. So JG winning the jersey. And nice. I'm going to get to Locked On Lost comment about Spencer Rattler here in a moment. And let's draw for the Scary Terry t-shirt. By the way, we love this new feature that StreamYard has, and I think we're going to do this probably like once a month or so, is find something. So Electro, congratulations. You win the Scary Terry t-shirt.
El Cairo.
El Cairo?
Let me write it down. Don't let it go away here. ELCAROHW. Got
El Cairo. And congratulations, you have won yourself the Scary Terry t-shirt. And if you're wondering what that looks like, don't worry, we have pictures of it all, thanks to me finally getting on chat and getting this in here. So the Scary Terry jersey there is the Scary Terry with like the big head cartoon body. And then of course the jersey is the burgundy Terry McLaurin jersey t-shirt. So congratulations to you both on getting those. We will continue having giveaways. Next time we will give away those draft fits and the mugs, or the not mugs, the pint glasses. So
Okay.
I'll let Stoner know that. Draft hat, black t-shirt, draft t-shirt, and the pick is in t-shirt and the pint glasses. And that code, don't do it now because I haven't opened this up yet. But how about I do that one? I'll put it here. I'll give people a chance, but I won't put it up until later. But that one is going to be,
Well,
the pick is in.
How many things are we giving away with this one?
That one's going to be 5. That one's going to be, and that's going to be all lowercase for those who want to jump in that one already. So that one is in. The pick is in will be the next hashtag to use. I figured that one is appropriate. I do have in here on the branding all sorts of stuff for us to use. So, of course, we're going to have EB and Anthony Armstrong coming on later. This is for when we're on the clock. So we'll have that. So that way we have that discussion going. And then I have the top 3 choices. But in case something crazy happens, and right now, let's talk about this because a lot of the buzz today has been Washington has been making phone calls looking to move back up into the first. Now, this was actually my bold prediction was that they were going to stand pat at 36. Seems like it's going to happen. Now, I know Stoner has a hard out time for tonight. I'm going to try to linger as long as I can. Trev is more than welcome to come stay with me, but if he can't, I will be here to kind of stay in as long as I can and hopefully get that trade. But I do have that one. And then, of course, I have the pick is in JJ McCarthy. No, I also do have May and I have Daniels as well. So I'm covered in all of those as far as it's concerned here on Ref the District. And Stoner has the pick is in audio, which is perfect.
Yes, I have a couple questions real quick. Well, first statement, Anthony Armstrong just got with us. He'll be on at 7:30, which, by the way, might be right about the time that the pick is in.
8:30? 8:30?
Yeah, 7:30. He's Central Time. Remember, he lives in Dallas.
My 7:30.
Yeah, so 8:30. You're right. Sorry, 8:30 Eastern Time. The other thing is, I just want to clear this up because I'm building the banner, so I want to make sure I know what's happening here. We're doing the pint glass, the draft T-shirt, and the pick is in on the pick is in T-shirt for the next one.
Yep. So hat, charcoal shirt, the pick is in shirt, and then what else did I say?
The pint glasses.
Pint glasses. So 4 items.
Got it.
4 items, and it is the pick is in. Which people can see there. So I'll take away the branding real quick.
Cool.
We're not going to do it right now. We'll probably do it eventually as Eminem has taken the stage. We'll probably do it shortly after the Caleb Williams selection and then move on from there. Well, I mean, we're probably still a whiles away from actual pick because this is Roger Goodell hasn't actually officially given Chicago the clock. Which means their 10 minutes hasn't even started yet. So this is how far this is why the NFL makes a lot of money is because they do this kind of thing. I saw with the Caitlin Clark WNBA draft. They picked her like the Indiana Fever didn't waste any time. Like it was just like, okay, the draft is open. Indiana Fever pick Caitlin Clark. Okay. And they move on. The NFL, like we've known Caleb Williams has been the pick all along, right? Just like Trevor Lawrence, just like all these other ones where you know the guy who's going to get taken up with that first overall pick. They know it. They've had months to dissect this, but they're going to wait the full 10 minutes because they get every ounce of revenue that they need out of this one. So let's get back to that question at hand, though. So I mentioned I'll be on as late as I can because Washington is looking to move up. This is what you guys want, right? This is what we've all wanted was if you want a left tackle, you need to move up. What are you willing to spend if you're Washington?
Me personally, I'm willing to probably spend 36 and a third rounder, the top third rounder. Help me out. 78?
100.
No, the top
No.
third rounder.
Oh, the highest
Yeah, the
third rounder. Yeah,
yeah.
it should be 72, or
I
78.
thought it was
Isn't it?
60.
I can't remember.
They have
I'm too-
67 and they have one in the 70s.
Okay, 67. I would give up 40 and 67 to move up to about, 18 to 22. But it's all going to kind of depend on what happens in front. If they start this run on the tackles and all of a sudden 3 tackles go right in a row, you're going to have to jump in right then. And it's going to take whatever it's going to take. So
Exactly.
it's going to be interesting to see if they do it, how they do it, what it's going to take to do it. But I think there's a lot of smoke with that. I think there's a lot of fire with that smoke that Washington is going to move up into the first round to get that tackle. You need a tackle, period.
You do. And one of the things that why I've been pro doing it is because the tackles that are available to you at 36 are right tackles, or they're like Jordan Morgan, who is quite possibly a guard.
Sure.
And so it's just like, that's, when you didn't fix that position in free agency, you signaled you needed one in the draft. So you have to now move up to get one.
Absolutely.
And it is, by the way, 60, 78, and 100 that they'll be picking.
60, 78, and 100.
67, 78, and 100. So
I
you
give up
think
67 and 40 to go up to, pick 18 to get, to get one of those dudes. Absolutely. And I think they will. And it's just one of those, it's kind of like what we were talking about with the pick of number 2, who it's going to be, right? We all know it's going to be Jaden Daniels. It's the worst kept secret. It's the same as when the commander's name was going to come out. It was the worst kept secret, right? Same thing, I think, with Washington moving back into the first round to get a tackle. It's the worst kept secret. I can see it happening.
The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
Officially
all right, let's
on
do
the clock.
Let's do our next giveaway now, or should we?
I was thinking we do it. I was
have our
thinking when we would do it when the pick goes in and Washington's on the clock.
Whew. Okay. All right.
You know that there's going to be 10 minutes, right?
I know.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be 10 minutes.
You don't
I
think
really
so?
don't.
You think so?
Nah.
So let's hear in the comment section. Well, let me see how many people we have. We have 24 entries right now. That's not enough entries.
Yeah,
let's put it up on the screen. Make sure everybody can see the pick is in, which is the current one. So, and I agree, Uptown Dre. They have 9 minutes. They're gonna eat this up.
Sure.
This
you
is
never know.
Be,
Somebody might come in with a wild trade
absolute
offer.
Commercials have to be in.
Oh, they just go right up there and do it.
This part here is malarkey, I'll say. Gus Bus. Remember, we're not good at second round picks. We are good at first round left tackles. Why treasure the second rounder so much? You're talking about previous regimes. And I don't want to hear it's like the last 5 regimes. It's a whole new storybook here in Washington.
Yeah.
Okay. We cannot live with that. By the way, Sam Cosme, pretty good second rounder who I think, unless Washington loads up on interior offensive linemen in this draft, is going to get signed into a second contract.
Yeah, I think so too.
So
I think that's gonna happen. So how many do we have now? We have 29.
We have 29. Let's get to at least 30 before I do that one, because we'll have four picks to go. The pick is in. We're giving away 3 draft items: the draft hat, the charcoal draft shirt, the pick is in shirt, and the pint glasses, all being given away with hashtag the pick is in.
Yeah.
So make sure that you put in there, Mike, if you're just joining us, perfect timing. Get that hashtag the pick is in to enter yourself in to win some of the items that we have. If Fashanu is there at 16, we don't trade up, I will be livid.
Oh, well, I'm probably right there with you, but he's probably not going to be there at 16. But you're right.
I love, by the way, ESPN right now is Joel. Make sure this is all one word, Joel. I love that right now ESPN is using their full 10 minutes of the Bears stuff to talk about who to pick or about Caleb Williams, knowing that that's the pick, right? Because they know as soon as Caleb Williams is up on stage, it is all time to debate who is Washington going to go with. You know, Jaden Daniels, the presumed one. JJ McCarthy.
I'm so nervous.
Drake May. EP is calling for an offensive lineman. We've got 32 entries. I think I'm going to go ahead and hit that draw button.
Wait.
EP?
Give it like one more minute.
One more minute. Okay, I'm currently looking at 6:25 on the clock for Chicago.
Yeah.
When that gets to 5:25, I'm going to take that drawing.
Okay, fair enough. I'm good with
somehow
that.
I'm at 6:15. I got like 2-3 seconds ahead of you guys somehow. But I
reposted on Twitter with that, telling people to use the hashtag. So I just got it out. So I want to give people a minute to be able to get in.
Let's talk about the Bears real quick. This is an interesting situation for the Bears. They're so calm. They've submitted this 10 years ago. Yeah. And they're just waiting for the NFL to be like, yep, okay. Their draft really starts at 9. And reminder, that's who, and even Kayla was just like, yep, they told me to wait. I'm just going to sit here. This Chicago team beat the bricks off of Washington. Now, granted, that was with a quarterback who is now in Pittsburgh, Justin Fields. And so this team actually isn't nearly as bad as normal teams picking that number 1 overall pick.
Now they're showing Daniel's highlights for the number 1
pick. Hey, they might. If they're smart, if they're dumb, they'll pick Jaden Daniels number 1 and let Caleb drop to us at 2. That would be amazing. And
that would be crazy.
And I can't believe we're about
Please
to.
tell me that's what they're trying to draw up right now. Please tell me
they're trying to draw up.
ESPN is trying to convince people Jaden Daniels could be the number 1 overall pick. Please do this, Bears. Please, for the love of goodness, please make that decision.
If they did that, man.
I would lose my mind. I would be shocked for the rest of the show.
Just a reminder.
I would.
Just a reminder that we are probably at least a 1-minute delay. So when it comes to the picks, make sure you don't ruin anything until you see us comment it, and then do your thing. Okay, we're ready.
We are ready to draw here as the Chicago clock restarted. I'm not sure what happened with that. The pick is in. The Bears pick, to the surprise of no one, I'm sure.
We don't know yet. They're milking this.
They're so milking this.
Why do you go to the green room when the pick is in?
Milk it.
This is ridiculous.
Milk it.
I think it was Jerry Glanville who did that on NFL Films. He was the guy who was trying to talk about milking the clock, and that was his signal on the sidelines. Milk it. That's old school.
Yo, the way Caleb is playing this off right now, he looks really, really mad. But I know he has to do that because
he can't let it out of the bag. This is so ridiculous how much they are milking this right now.
All right, body language he's giving is wild right now.
Do a thing.
Do what? Do a giveaway. Everyone's shaking their hands. They're super excited. The pick is in. We're gonna draw.
Yeah, draw.
The draw is happening right now as everyone's got their eyes glued to the screen instead of the ESPN screen or the draft screen. But Sean S is a winner for the draft hat. We didn't say it beforehand, but I was listing those in order. So draft hat is what Sean won. Congratulations. As for all of our winners, we're going to try reaching out, but you can always reach out to us, refthedistrict@gmail.com, and let us know what you won.
Here we go.
We will get there. So the pick is officially in. Roger Goodell is here. We'll do the charcoal shirt here after Caleb Williams is announced.
There it is.
There it is.
Caleb Williams.
All right. Washington is officially on the clock.
Let's do some more. Yeah, here we go. What's this one for?
Shirt here.
Okay.
is up for grabs. See who gets this one. And Marcello Freer, congratulations.
Hey, Marcello,
the
nice.
charcoal draft shirt is yours. Congratulations, Marcello. This one is for the Pick is In t-shirt.
All right. Let's do it. Here we go.
The Pickin' is in t-shirt will go to Authentic of the Beard is in the house. Tommy T. Wow.
Hey,
He's an
God.
OG.
Wow.
OG Tommy T. You got to
Tommy, congratulations. Winning the Pick is In t-shirt and the pint glasses, which actually, sadly, I don't have here in the bar. But here we go. The pint glasses.
I have a Ref the District pint glass, but I don't have a command.
Yeah, no, I need to get more Ref the District pint glasses. Or the pint glasses. It is a set of 2 pint glasses. KB. Congratulations, you won pint glasses. If you won an item, by all means, continue putting in for the other items. We have several things to give away tonight. We know that your time is precious. We know some of you will be hopping around, and we appreciate those who are staying on with us. A Sean Taylor jersey will be given away later today. So we still have a Brian Johnson t-shirt, a Sean Taylor jersey or t-shirt rather, and a mini helmet to give away as well. And then Sean Taylor jersey will be the last thing to be given away for tonight. So we will get that next one up. So the next one, Stoner, in case you wanted to start typing, the next one is Brian Robinson jersey.
Okay.
Sean Taylor t-shirt and mini helmet.
You might as well type this after we pick.
There's 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
What was the third one?
Picks. The mini helmet.
Mini helmet. Got it. And what's the hash on that one?
The hashtag on that one will be, because those are the last sets of items, right?
Before the
should be
the
before
jersey.
the jersey.
Yeah.
We did those. We did those. Yes. So that is the last of the items. So that one is going to be hashtag Ref the District.
All right.
So that one is open, so people can start putting that one on as well. Caleb Williams, the clear number 1 pick. Washington on deck. They are on the clock right now, and Tommy winning and also doing a fantastic job there with that $5 super sticker. We do appreciate it. We do try to bring people fun content and everything in there. EP wondering what Trev is wearing. He is ready to go,
helmet, baby. I'm ready.
He is ready to go.
Ready.
So this
EP,
is.
you let me borrow this last year. Remember? I got it from you. Don't act like I didn't.
It's important to wear your helmet. So that was a good question. I did see that one of whether or not the new helmets work. The doctor needed to be there with his son, who was looking to steal second base. So kind of wanted to make sure he got back out to that, but we did appreciate his time, and maybe we can have him back on. He is a part of the Believe Network, so he is available to us when it, so it might be somebody, if, this comes on. Now, he said the elbow thing with Jaden Daniels is a nothing burger. And he said that as far as the injury risks, you remember the study was done, running quarterbacks aren't injured more than non-running quarterbacks, but he is putting himself out there and risking that injury. So that is something to kind of keep.
Adam Peters is making the phone call right now. Sorry to interrupt, but he's making the phone call right now.
He's making the phone call.
You can tell he's making the phone call. Dan Quinn's right there beside him with a nice black suit on. Quinn, okay.
They're showing the green room.
Baby.
They're showing the green room.
Oh.
Who's in the green room?
They're not showing Jaden on purpose. Right?
Here we go,
Drake
y'all.
May's there, right? He's in the green room.
Yeah, he is.
Who's in the green room?
Drake May's in the green room.
I don't want. Please don't give me Drake.
Oh my gosh, I can't. It's got to be Jaden Daniels, right? It's got to be. It's got to be.
Please
oh my god! This pick is a franchise defining pick.
Yeah,
this is more so than when they picked Chase Young with the second overall pick. right? Because
Okay,
this,
By the way,
this is somebody who will dictate whether or not Washington.
I'm not
is-
looking at the chat right now. Just
Yeah,
to
I
be
can't
sure.
look at the chat. Oh,
I
gosh.
I'm turning the comments
really,
off.
Really, I can't.
Yeah,
I
just
can't.
for now. Just
I
for the
can't do
next
it.
couple minutes.
But
Uh-oh.
Washington on the clock right now, 2 minutes,
There
30
he is.
seconds. They're showing Jaden Daniels.
Please, football.
Jaden Daniels is trying to play it cool.
Jaden.
This is it. It's got to be
The pick
Jaden
is in.
Daniels.
The pick is in.
Smiling, knows he's the pick.
The pick is
This is
in.
it. The
Oh,
new
God.
number 5 is going to be Jaden Daniels
Please,
for the Washington Commanders. It is.
please,
They wouldn't show him, right? They don't show him on the screen.
Handshaking.
please.
You got
Everybody's
Handshaking, fist
excited.
pumping.
Come on, baby.
This
Come
is-
on.
Doug
this is
Williams
it.
with the butters on. Dan Quinn in the all black. He's hype. Cliff, is that
You
Cliff
got
over
Doug
there?
Williams.
M. Fails, the photographer.
M Fails, the legendary M Fails.
Oh my God, I'm so.
They're talking about him. It's got to be Jaden Daniels. They haven't officially announced it, but that's got to be who it is.
It does it. If it's Drake May, I'm leaving the stream. Y'all know that, right?
You know I want JJ so bad, but it's
I know you do.
there's so many things to like about Jaden Daniels. He could be just
Careful now. You might be setting yourself up for failure here.
but
It could be what?
he is, like I said, the most electric player after Caleb Williams.
Yes.
He
Agreed.
is quite possibly gonna win Offensive Rookie of the Year. His floor is so high because of that running ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, here he comes.
See him.
The commish.
This is it. This
Oh
is
my
it.
God. Please, football gods, give us Jaden Daniels.
The Washington Commanders select with the number 2 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Yes!
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, baby.
You got to QB. It is JD5. You will have to answer more questions about Top Golf.
Woo!
And I think that was one of the things that also leaned into that it was going to be Jaden Daniels all along, right? Was the whole hoopla about Emoji Gate and all this issue. You kept hearing about how they've worked things through, right? They've talked things over. Like this was just where they wanted. You had Coach DQ talked about how Jaden Daniels is a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are all things that just this again is after Caleb Williams, the most electric person in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
I know that a lot of people have Marvin Harris Jr., maybe even Joe Alt as a higher, player on the board, but there's a QB board and then there is an other people board. And I would argue Jaden Daniels, even on the other people board, probably should be higher than what most people put him. He can win football games. He has the experience.
my
That was
gosh.
something we kept hearing about as well. Was Washington was looking for somebody who had experience at QB, a knock on the next 2 players. So there we go. Will we ever see him again? It's going to be,
Excuse me.
yeah. There's going to be a lot of hurt people. The Staniels have won out. The Maniacs, the
Bye-bye.
McCarthyites, we have to take a
Yeah.
back seat, but we have to be excited for what's in store here for Washington.
Oh my
they
gosh,
have
bro.
somebody who can run a Cliff Kingsbury offense. They have somebody, as again, Dan Quinn talked about, is a game changer. He has a pretty deep ball. And if he's not throwing it deep, he's running for 10 yards. And Jersey Slim, I kind of agree with you. He's going to get 5, right?
He's
I
not.
love
He's
Trey
not.
Yes, he
Play.
is, Stoner.
He's not.
Yes, he is, Stoner.
I love
Dollar
Trey
dollar.
Play,
He's
but
not.
he's going to get 5.
By the way,
Dollar he is.
doesn't there a bunch of y'all that owe me money, dollars for this pick?
Yep, the Perry clan owes you $1.
Oh yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah,
So
EPC
now-
phone who dis.
make sure you all hit that like button. That's the one thing there. We're going to give away some more stuff here in a little bit. Anthony Armstrong will be on here at any moment, should be in here. And EB from the Junkies will be on in a little bit after that. Maybe they pop in at the same time. I don't know if we have a 4-box ready for that, Nathan, but
we can work on, we can do that.
Yeah.
Let me see where that's at. I'm getting rid of the other ones because the pick is in. It is Jaden Daniels for the Washington Commanders. Washington still looking to move up and get him some protection. And that's where we're at, but I'm going to keep that one up. I deleted the other ones from the stream. So those are no longer there. EP is wandering out. She says, peace. She wanted an offensive tackle.
She
at number 2.
At number 2.
So I think she's thinking draft, trade back. But now it's where things get interesting. That draft hat, by the way, is gone. Right? That one. Who won the draft hat?
The draft hat was Sean S.
Sean won the draft hat.
He's getting that exact, not that exact hat.
I was going to say, not that particular one, but that style.
Yep. Sean S is getting that hat right there that Jaden Daniels is wearing, and wearing it like a ball, like an absolute ball.
So Doug, he looks so small in that suit. Daniel Kelly said that when he came to LSU, Jaden Daniels weighed in at 170 pounds. He was a tiny guy.
Yeah, he is tiny. You saw him on that
Kevin
Hart podcast.
Campbell. Yeah.
I mean, he looks like, he needs to eat a cheeseburger or something.
The being a Washington fan, Gregory, terrible pick. Very next comment, John, Washington made the right pick.
Hey,
that is absolutely. Here's my one hope. JJ McCarthy does not go to the NFC East. That is my one hope.
Okay. So now you're going to hype up JJ McCarthy as being better than Jaden McDaniels.
No, you guys know that I'm a JJ guy. Looks like Drake May might be going to the Patriots, although he actually truly doesn't look happy. I think he might have thought he's had a legit chance at.
He does not.
I think he thought he might have a legit chance at 2. I think that was a shock to him. Like, hey, all right, well, I wasn't.
He's going third. He's going third.
So if Locked On Law is right and JJ goes to Minnesota, people will use that probably against my statement that I think that in 5 years he might be the most winning quarterback of the group because JJ will have gone to the right system, right?
Patriots.
So, Patriots selection is in
JJ McCarthy.
And they select Drake May. So he has gone over, and it looks like Patriots fans are pretty happy to have Drake May headed over there. So JJ McCarthy, that was my other bold prediction for this draft, was that JJ was going to be taken before either Drake May or Jaden Daniels. That bold prediction doesn't come to fruition.
Well, that's why it's called a bold prediction. You're going out on a limb, right?
Yeah.
Hey, now the draft has started, right? These first 3 have been basically since the Super Bowl, right? These 3.
4.
But what you're saying, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going 4? You don't think anyone's moving up to 4 to take JJ?
Arizona's been absolutely out there saying, come up to 4.
Yeah.
I'd prefer not Locked On Law if you could just not keep the spoils, just because it makes for a more fun chat and when the 3 of us find out together and not by reading chat. So Brian's right. No spoilers at all. Believe it or not, and I know this is very, very true for game days when we do our play-by-play. Some people don't even, they tune in with us. They don't necessarily watch the TV, or they sync with us, and so they're waiting to have that live reaction with us. So we'd prefer no spoilers at all, unless they're absolutely wrong, like Billy here. Drake May could end up being a Viking, He did ask to delete it as Drake May was announced right after that comment was made.
I love it.
I imagine others have synced with you guys. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That is very common for people to do, especially, like I said, on play-by-plays. That's something I know people will do just because it's you listen to us like you would listen to those in there. Let's make a rule. Nathan announces all picks. I'm at 5:10 on the clock right now for the Cardinals.
I'm at 5:05.
Yeah, I'm at like 5:07.
Okay, so
I've been
we're
waiting
all
for you
right
to-
in there. We're all right in there. So,
how about we do those next batch of giveaways?
we
here?
need more people to put their part in here.
Anthony.
How about let's do that instead? Add to the stage Anthony Armstrong, former Washington Redskin. How excited are you, Anthony? Jaden Daniels is the next franchise quarterback for the Washington franchise.
I am excited. I'm glad it went the way everybody expected. There were no surprises. There was no last minute trade. No, keep it how it is. This is everything's falling into place. I'm excited to see Jaden Daniels in the burgundy and gold. Excited to see him run around the field, making good plays, not run away from sacks and things. But I'm excited. Everything's going good right now. What about y'all?
He seemed like a slam dunk for the longest time. Some people, Louis Riddick included, thinking that he was actually the best quarterback in the class. What are your thoughts on that particular take as far as Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams? Obviously, the excitement here in Washington now that Jaden Daniels, number 5, who I'm rocking the Tressway today, but I feel like that's going to be Jaden Daniels' number. But what do you think about him being the best QB in this draft?
You know, I think there were a couple, at least the top 2 for me were Caleb and Jaden. But when you look at the recent success and the trajectory that Jaden's had, that's where I think that you kind of lean his way and you can say that he could be the best quarterback in this draft. I mean, Caleb's been riding high and has been able to stay at that level his entire career out of high school, obviously winning the Heisman, and then Jaden comes back and wins the Heisman with a really impressive season. He's got a lot of momentum going for him. So I like that comparison. He's almost a mix between Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow because he can throw the ball, but he also can take off and run. So with the weapons that are around him and the way they're building this thing out, it should support his game. Maybe he plays a little bit more in script than Caleb does, but he still can make some plays outside of it.
Hey, Anthony, I wanted to ask you a little bit about his size, and we've talked about it ad nauseum for the last few months, right? Yeah. But we had Dr. Chow on, who is a sports doctor who used to be the Chargers team doctor, and kind of asked him about his frame and whether he was concerned about that transferring to the NFL. You're a guy that was a little bit slighter sized as well, going to the NFL. Is it really a big deal to be a little bit smaller or have a smaller frame going from college football, major college football, to the NFL?
You know, it really isn't. It's a thing that people are going to test you, right? They're going to see how tough are you? Are you able to take a beating? Are you able to deal with the contact and the physicality that comes with the game? But the way that guys prepare now and the way that you can take care of your body, like there's a lot of time between now and the start of the season. So him putting on 5, 10, maybe even 15 pounds could happen. Could happen with an NFL training program. I think Chad Englehart's still a guy that's up there with Washington. So he's been doing a hell of a job. He's been there. He was been there since I was there. So he can develop some players and put some meat on somebody. So he's still young. Jaden's still young. I didn't get bigger until I was in my lower 20s, 23, 24 years old anyway. So
yeah.
You get a top-notch chef, you get top-notch food, and some good facilities and an ownership group that's going to invest in your players. I think you'll see him put on some muscle and be perfectly fine. So they'll bulk him up for the games. But, ideally, as long as he's not getting hit, this next selection that comes up in the second round, or if they trade back up, could help keep him clean and where you don't have to worry much about his weight.
You being a former NFL wide receiver, outside of the obvious of Jaden Daniels, what should wide receivers on our squad, Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, and whoever else is coming, should be excited about Jaden Daniels outside of the obvious of him winning a Heisman, first and second in all the categories? But what specifically should we be excited about?
Man, Man, a couple things. Number one, you saw how he was able to have success with two other receivers who may hear their names in the first round, Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors. So that lets you know he doesn't have one favorite. He's able to go to anybody. And number two is that he's able to make plays with his feet, but then he's still looking to throw. He can still throw. And if you are able to, have a little scramble drill action, get open, move around move around a little bit and find some open space, Jaden can find you. So understanding that the play is not over at the top of the quarterback's drop, that this guy can extend some plays and there's going to be some life in that. So I can say that it's probably something they're going to have to learn and get used to in the offseason. Because if you're getting used to, Sam Howell and the previous guys, the other guys that are there, they're probably much on script and they don't really go out of the off script much. But Jaden Daniels is going to do some exciting, and you have to be on top of your P's and Q's, because if you can get a connection, it could be good for the season.
Well, Marvin Harrison Jr. went to the Arizona Cardinals. Chargers on the clock right now. Somebody's probably going to move up here. Minnesota, the Giants, somebody might be moving up for another QB. But I want to stick with the wide receiver side, especially because that's your expertise. Washington looking possibly to move up for an offensive tackle to protect Jaden Daniels. What do you think about maybe a day 2 or a day 3 guy that's a wide receiver that Washington can select that would help Jaden Daniels?
Man, there's a couple of names that are on my list. Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. I like the size speed combination that he has because he frankly checks both boxes that this receiving core is missing. There is some speed, but you really need somebody that's just going to take the top off. And anytime he's on the field, you can just assure that either the safety is going to be very deep, or you got a go ball or a deep shot that could go for 6. So they need to add speed to this offense. And Legette is a 4.3 guy, but he's at like 220. So he's got size and he's got some, muscles on him that you can use him like a DK Metcalf, use him like a AJ Brown, hit him on slant routes and let him get physical with people. Plus, like I said, take the top off. A little bit slower guy, but still big body. Keon Coleman, somebody that coming out of Florida State. Those are my two. That I could see them letting them fall to them. You're not having to jump up there and go get anybody, but size or speed. Those are the two attributes that I'm looking for. And if you can combine them all, give me Xavier Legette.
Well, Brandon says it's time for you to suit up there, AA. We do appreciate you jumping on here with us. You can catch Anthony on his own Believe show. So make sure you check him out. Someone in the comments already told us how fantastic it is, and I will stamp that as you and Brian are fantastic over on your show. Anthony, thanks for kicking off this new era here for the Washington Commanders. Raise hail.
Yes, I like that too. I like the raise
it's
hail.
Pretty nice.
That ain't too bad. Shout out to y'all, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and we'll see where Washington selects next, if it's not at pick 36.
Alrighty. We'll see you then.
See you. And we're going to welcome right away here EB from the Junkies in the house. Thanks for being patient backstage for us, EB. The OG EB, the one who's managed to stay through all these regimes, no longer having to compete with the names. Jaden Daniels is the pick. How excited are you?
I mean, I'm pretty excited. I've tried to kind of stay somewhat neutral throughout this whole process because we really didn't have a great feel for where they were going to go. But just the more we get closer to it, and then the fact when they actually pull the trigger, I don't want to bring too much back to 2012. I think he's a much more complete player than Robert was, but there's so many similar traits. And let's be honest, that's the most exciting year we've had here in like the last 20 or so, right? And I'm still convinced if Robert didn't get hurt and we didn't have all these sort of other side issues, he could have been a great player. He was a great player before he got hurt. And Jaden is just, we compare him to Lamar. I'm not sure he's quite as explosive with his legs as Lamar is. I mean, Lamar is literally a freak, but he's pretty close. And I think he's a better passer than Lamar was coming into the league. Now this is just my amateur, opinion. But I also like that he was pretty muted tonight, really chill dude. Watched him a lot this last week. Like sitting there in that cold tub or whatever with Kevin Hart and all these different interviews he did. He's just a chill guy. And, he's not making it about his socks. He's not making it about his fingernails. He's not wearing some outrageous outfit. You know, he's wearing appropriate clothing. So I don't know, man. I know maybe this wasn't his first choice. We all have first choices, right? I mean, I'd like to live in Hawaii, but you know, I can't. But I think that when they get on that PJ and they're serving him some champagne and caviar and everything, he's going to really fall in love with this area because I know the area is going to fall in love with him.
Yeah, and well, Eric, first, you disappointed me a little. I thought you'd be out the fire pit. I thought you'd be about 3 Jack and Cokes in by now. Am I right on the second one, though?
You know what?
Jack and Diet.
I have been drinking so much this week that I promised I would not drink tonight. It's embarrassing.
Okay. I'm looking at your final QB list that you guys did. I think you finalized it yesterday on your show. And you did have Jaden number 1. And you had Michael Penix Jr. number 2 and Caleb 3. Kind of give us your idea of why you thought both of those guys were better than Caleb, which, I mean, 90% of everybody seems to think Caleb was the guy.
Well, I thought it was interesting. Didn't you notice who was the analyst? I was watching the ESPN feed. I'm not sure which feed you guys are locking into, but who was the analyst that said he actually had Jaden 1? If he, I can't remember.
Louis Riddick.
I think it was Riddick. And exactly. So I don't think it's a stretch. I think Caleb he's a great player, whatever. There's just a lot of stuff there going on. I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, you know, whatever. He's also one of those guys that sometimes I worry about. Like, he's been such a prodigy for so many, and everyone just kind of vaults you to the best. They kind of just keep you there. Are you still real? I mean, look, he certainly does Mahomesian things, right? With the way he moves and still looks downfield and makes these dazzling plays. But I don't know, man. It's hard to live up to that year after year after year. And I feel like Jaden's just worked really, really hard. Almost been under the radar. I mean, he was a 4-star coming out of high school, right? So he was still a great player. And he's, you know, as he mentioned, this kid, I mean, he not only started every game in high school. How many guys start as a quarterback as a freshman?
Yeah.
And they said he was 170 pounds when he got to LSU. What do you think he was when he was a freshman in high school? Guy was probably 100 pounds, right? If you think about it, you know, when he was like 14 years old, started every game in high school, every game in college, transferred to the SEC, started every game there. I mean, this kid just put in a lot of time, a lot of work, and just has God-given ability. So I don't know. Listen, I was kind of just dinging Caleb because it was fun. And, you know, I didn't like some of the antics. And Penix, I don't know, man. That guy is another one who's just a stud who just, I think, is just being knocked because he didn't necessarily have a huge championship game, right? And everyone says he could spin it. And I think when you look back on it, some of these guys that are a little under the radar, sometimes they're in better situations. They don't rush you, right? You get a little bit more time to develop. You might go to a little bit better team, right? If Penix goes a little later, might go to a little bit better team. Might have better players around him. So the way I did my board is, how are we going to look at this in 3 or 4 years?
Yeah.
Who's going to be the top dogs? And then, you know, to be honest with you, Drake May, I put him 5, but I was just doing that to also tweak Jason.
Right. So you had him
I don't really care. I mean, I think Drake May does some exciting things too. I mean, I watched a couple plays where he's rolling left and he's just doing that Josh Allen just flick, and he's throwing it 40 yards down rolling to his left, throwing as he's falling out of bounds a rope with just a flick. And you see that and you go, wow. And I know he could run, and I know he's an athlete, and he's got a family full of athletes. So there's a lot to like there too. I mean, look, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, especially with this one, right? And we always assume that, you know, half these guys are going to bust. But, you know, as JP pointed out, sometimes a bunch of them hit. Sometimes none of them hit.
Sure.
You know, this might just be a unique year where we got 3 or 4 of these guys that actually are all going to be pretty darn good. I put it this way. I'm not sure I would bet against any of these kids. I don't know who I would bet against. Like, they all have attributes that I would want to maybe have on my football team.
So Joe Alt was taken by the Chargers, probably the kind of the first surprise that we haven't seen a trade up for a QB. The Giants are on the clock right now. Who do you hope the Giants take, seeing as we're going to have to face them 2 times a year?
I don't know. I could care less about them. I'm always about us.
To that.
I know that my Long Island guys, they're Daniel Jones guys, believe it or not. Like there's a contingent of New York folks that still believe in Daniel Jones. They're more about the coaching and receivers. I think they'd be excited for a receiver. I know, I'm up in New York every week, and the guys I know that are Giants fans, it's kind of shocking. The perception is a little bit different there than it is here. But they may draft a quarterback. I know if they draft JJ, my guys will be upset.
I'll be upset if JJ goes to the Giants, but that's because that was my QB that I wanted Washington to take. So they're on the clock right now.
I think JJ's a plug and play pro. Like I think he's gonna, like maybe a more athletic, Purdy. Like he's just gonna play. He's just gonna play. He's been a winner. He's just gonna play. He's gonna play well.
Hey, EB, it's a way too early question for you. How much better did we just get after taking Jaden Daniels at number 2?
Man, I don't know. That's a great question. How many games did we win last year? I've already forgotten.
4.
How many did we win?
Big
How many?
4.
Yeah.
We lost 8 in a row.
God, I just block all that out, man. It's like it didn't even happen.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think it puts us at least in the. I think we're fighting for 500 and see where we go from there. Like he's gonna keep us in games that we otherwise wouldn't be with that unique ability. You know what I mean? He's gonna extend drives. He's gonna bust 70 yards once in a while. And I don't know, man. I just know it's gonna be exciting again for the first time in a long time. I thought maybe Bieniemy would bring some of that. Didn't really happen. For whatever reason. I mean, sure, Howell's not the world's greatest quarterback, but it's just, I don't know. It'll be the first time that we really have an exciting piece here. Look, as good as Kirk has turned out to be, nobody's going to say he's exciting. Like, we got an exciting guy now, quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. For sure.
I want to get tell Jason Wright, send me a jersey. I want it. And let's go.
What jersey number is that going to be?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not big on that. I guess it's Tress's number, right? So I don't know. Tress is a pretty smart guy. He'd probably sell it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you.
If this kid's dumb enough to pay for it, I mean, how much you got, kid?
At this point, Eric, there are no more, or Washington doesn't have any more picks here in the first round. But are you going to stay up and wait and see if Washington does move back into the first round?
Oh yeah, I'd stay up anyway, even if they wouldn't. This is one of those days where I'm a little bit soft. Like I just love to see these guys' lives change overnight. I think it's incredible. I love the couch scenes. I love the family scenes. I love the crying. I mean, this is just awesome. It's part of the reason why I get guys goof on me why I like American Idol and stuff. These kids get plucked from obscurity, and you watch them over a 2-month period turn into superstars. You realize how many talented people there are out there. So, I mean, I know that's kind of apropos of nothing, but I love these. I love draft nights.
Yeah.
Let's say wide receiver Malik Neighbors going to the
Daniel Jones is
Giants.
Wow. Okay, they'll be excited about that.
Minnesota moved up. They're going to be at the 11th pick. And I've noticed this over a lot of the mock drafts over the last week or 2 weeks is they don't have to move. Once the top 3 QBs go, there's actually not a need for them to move up. Minnesota might end up with JJ McCarthy at 11 and still have a pick in the first round at 23. It's going to be some wild stuff there. Maybe Washington can move up, and maybe all those mocks that had showed Minnesota moving up, maybe it's actually Minnesota moving back from the 23rd pick and Washington moving up to take an offensive tackle. We'll be here live on Ref the District as that happens. EB, we want to thank you for joining us. We'll let you get back to your evening watching the rest of this draft. We'll see where it goes. We need to get protection for our man JD. We asked Anthony Armstrong before you were on who's a wide receiver he would like. Who would you like to see Washington take, wide receiver or otherwise, in day 2 or day 3 to kind of boost this team going forward?
Are you asking me a specific kid? Is that what you're asking me? Or
if you have a specific person, or maybe you're just looking for something, you just want somebody.
Listen, I definitely would love to have. I love Terry, but man, if you could find somebody you thought was a legit one, with a little bit more size to him, I would. I'll take whoever's the highest ranked on that board, explosive wise. But I'll tell you what. Before I go, so we did our little mock, and I was kind of goofing around, but not really. If the same thing happens that happened last year, remember, I don't think they really went in that draft targeting Emmanuel Forbes. I think they want to get an offensive lineman. But there was that run on linemen, right?
Yeah.
If that happens again, in our little mock, I was able to get the 8th ranked best player, according to PFF, with what was it, the 16th pick, and that was the top rated corner. So we just got to be a little bit flexible here. We definitely need to bolster the offensive line. There's no question about it. But if you get an opportunity where you could get maybe a top 5, top 6, 7 talent at 16, 17, 8, whatever it is, we can't just be only locked in on tackles if there's a run on them. You know what I mean? So we just still got to be smart about it. I trust these guys. And the good news is we have so many needs, we can't hardly screw up.
You can't pick a wrong guy.
It'd be hard to screw it up, to be honest with you. And we'll get some big uglies for sure. We'll get a bunch of big uglies in there. And hopefully we coach him up and we can make it manageable. The one great thing about Jaden is we need a line, but we don't need it quite as elite as we maybe did, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right? Sure. Because that kid can take off when all hell breaks loose. You don't want it to.
That pocket breaks down and he's gone before you know it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's going to be fun to watch.
I'm going to sneak in a last question here real quick, Eric. Do you, so far from what you've seen this offseason, do you trust what you've seen so far from Adam Peters and all his guys that he's brought in and decisions they've made? They haven't given out a whole bunch of just massive contracts to these guys. They've been pretty measured in everything they've done.
I like everything but that Holiday Inn conference room that they were the war room was from today. That was ridiculous. That was embarrassing. They need. Oh my God, that was embarrassing. Somebody just brought out some card tables and some I don't know, one of the local linen companies showed up. I don't know, man. Overall, what's not to love? They seem like really decent people and really thought. They're really they're involved in process and they're not rushing. And what's not to love? I was a little skeptical at first because we always blow up everybody. And then they turn out to be like Scott McLuhan, got a million issues. And they're not that great. But so far, so good. So far, so good.
Good.
Yeah. So we'll see. So people are worried right now. There's a run on tackles starting early. The Titans were always going to take a tackle. Most people were betting them to take Joe Alt. I wouldn't worry about that just yet. And you can make sure you tune in to the Junkies every morning. They're on 106.7 The Fan. Eric, thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
Enjoy
guys.
the rest of the evening and have a fun day tomorrow. When are you getting the Jaden Daniels interview?
That's a great question. But you know what? I think some of those people like us again, so we might be okay.
Yeah, new people.
Yeah.
That's
Hopefully,
right.
fingers crossed. Thanks again, Eric. You have a wonderful night.
Jaden too, so
All right, we'll pass them along.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Be
I
good,
appreciate
guys.
it. Have a good night,
guys.
All right, take care.
So we are in the midst of a giveaway at Ref the
got
District. What's that?
Trev's
All
got
right.
It is a school night.
Yeah, go ahead, Trev. I know Stoner's not too far behind you. Don't worry. I have the 2 people overlays as well. I can load those in right now. But Trev, thanks for joining us. Who's your tackle you want here in the end of the first?
The guy from BYU that we kept mock drafting. Just give me that guy.
All right. You got him.
That's a day 2 pick.
Hey.
I won't hate you for it. So appreciate you, Trev. Have a fun evening. So, all right, Stoner, you and I, Ref District, currently at 32 here. We've had this one up for quite a way. So, I don't necessarily think that we need to keep it going too much as I'm trying to actually delete some of these overlays here. That are 3-person. So make the call, sir. We've had it up. Do people just
Do
go
it.
ahead and start it right now? 33 entries here
The first one
as the Titans. They've taken. I thought we saw that they took J.C. Latham. Did that not happen live? Did I?
No, I didn't. No, I don't think it's happened yet.
Somebody's spoiling in the chat.
Spoiled in the chat.
Oh, I thought we said no spoils, no spoilings, no spoils. Gonna remove you from the thing. Gonna remove you. All right, 34 draws. We're heading there. This one for the Schurzy.
Schurzy, the B-Rob Schurzy.
B-Rob Schurzy coming here right now. Jeffrey Dodd, congratulations on the B-Rob Schurzy. The running backs, low key and exciting, I think, time for them, because this is what we saw with Alfred Morris in 2012. Brian Robinson and Eckler are going to feast. We see this up 95 with the Ravens. Those running backs have wide open holes because you have to actually take the quarterback. You can't just key in. This isn't an RPO where, my guy, JJ McCarthy, like, you can forget him. You're going to be able to catch him. If you don't cover Jaden Daniels, he's breaking one out. So exciting times. Congrats, Jeffrey, on winning the Schurzy. Going to draw again here. This one is for the Sean Taylor t-shirt.
All right.
Schurzy still coming, but Sean Taylor t-shirt is going to go to Nathan.
Nice.
Great name, Nathan.
Another OG.
Another OG. Thank you, Nathan, for tuning in tonight, and congratulations on the Sean Taylor t-shirt. The mini helmet is the last item before the jersey giveaway. So we got more than 1,000 watching right now, and a pittance. Only 33 people have entered for this drawing. I expect that Sean Taylor jersey to be even more wild. Here it is for the mini helmet. Mini helmet is going to go to Jersey Slim 24. For all of our winners tonight, make sure you do us a favor. Stoner is writing you down. We're going to find out a way to get to you. But if you want to be preemptive, reach out to us, refthedistrict@gmail.com for your information, so that way we can send this information to you. We can send it to you. So Daniels was the pick for the Washington Commanders. I'm going to bio break real quick, Stoner.
Okay.
For it, and I will return.
Okay, so the Titans just picked J.C. Latham from Alabama, offensive tackle. So as Nathan kind of mentioned, that's 2 offensive tackles here in the last couple of picks. So that run has begun. And so we have to be a little bit concerned about Washington's ability to get back into the first round, and if there's a tackle that they're willing to move back into the first round, if that's what Washington is going to do. So, so that's awesome. We have one more giveaway here before the end of the live stream, and that is the big one. That's the Sean Taylor jersey. Real jersey, nothing fake, not a Schurzy. It's the real deal. So make sure, first of all, make sure y'all hit that like button. We're trying to set records each time we do a show. So make sure y'all hit that like button, first of all. And then we will put the hashtag required to enter into the drawing as soon as we get there. But like I said, also, if you have already won, make sure you hit us up at refthedistrict@gmail.com so that we can get your size, if it's a shirt, and get your address, and we can send it directly to you. And that's the quickest way to do it. So as Matt is saying, and Matt, who won the Terry McLaurin jersey on last night's live stream, Matt says we need O-line now. That's for sure. Tommy T is saying that JJ is falling. I don't know if he's necessarily falling. I think Nathan kind of mentioned it when talking to EB there earlier, is that really most of the mock drafts had JJ going right about at 11 to Minnesota. 12, I think, is the Raiders, maybe, or 13, somewhere around there.
13 is the Raiders.
Yeah. So not, or maybe Denver's 12. So he's not really falling, but I get what you're saying, because some people had teams moving up to 4 to go get JJ McCarthy. But I think he's going to kind of go right where he's supposed to, which, like I said, is probably around 11, 12, 13. All right, Jersey is here. Yeah, make sure, like we said, Jersey, make sure you email us, refthedistrict@gmail.com to make so we can get you the jersey out to you directly.
Yeah, that the JJ comment, and like I said, the more and more I've been seeing that, because I'm following all of the JJ McCarthy info that's going out there, right? Like I have the Google alerts, everything going for JJ McCarthy. That was my guy. But the more and more reports I was seeing, the more and more I was seeing him falling to 11. And that was a little surprising to me because this is a guy who could be the second overall pick, but he is there for the team that probably wants him the most, and they won't have to do anything. Yeah. Minnesota traded up early to get 2 number 1 picks this year,
right?
To then move up even more. Everybody knew that they were willing to move, that they wanted to move up. It was one of the worst kept secrets.
Yep.
And they might not have to do anything and stick right at 11 and take their QB, as we are seeing the final 2 QBs I think will be taken in the first round, Michael Penix Jr. and JJ McCarthy. Falcons picking right now. We've had JC Latham. Some people might be surprised by JC Latham, but I'd been seeing a lot more recently that he might have gone first over Joe Alt because the Chargers were going to take offensive linemen, and Latham has more experience at right tackle.
Yeah.
The Chargers have Rashawn Slater, who is a good left tackle. Joe Alt is a left tackle. So it's just like, are you going to force one of them to play right? Why not take Latham, who has experience at right tackle? Well, the Chargers are smart, and the Chargers picked the best tackle in the draft. You can sort out who's left and who's right.
That's right.
Later, you just take the best player at that position. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes here. Falcons are picking right now. We'll wait to see who this one is. And yeah, Gus Bus, Raiders, Broncos could still leapfrog Minnesota 100%. I think 2 things with this. One, I think whoever the Raiders or the Broncos call are smart enough to call the Minnesota Vikings and be like, hey, so-and-so wants to move up. This is what they're giving us. So Michael Penix Jr. is the 4th QB taken. This is actually a situation I talked with my Atlanta Falcons friend and friend of the channel. I said, what if they take Michael Penix Jr.? They have their QB right now. What if they spend this on a QB to develop and wait? This is wild. Michael Penix Jr. being off the board by Atlanta. And he thought it was crazy. You have Kirk Cousins. Give Kirk Cousins weapons.
I'm sorry. You don't go and get Kirk Cousins and then I have no problem drafting Michael Penix Jr. to develop him. Not with the 8th pick. That's way too much draft capital to be spending on a guy who's going to sit for 2 years. Nathan, he's going to sit for 2 years, and you just spent the 8th pick on him? Oh, this reminds me last year when Jahmyr Gibbs was picked by the Lions at like right around that same spot, 8, 9, I don't remember exactly, and it blew our minds. Maybe we were wrong about that. So maybe we'll be wrong. I'll be wrong about Penix. I think this is a bad pick for Atlanta. Good. Let them not bring in a stud wide receiver or an edge guy or a tackle. Fine. Make your team worse next year by drafting a guy who's not going to play for 2 years. Good job. Good job, Atlanta.
There is something to be said about letting QBs sit and developing them. And yes, Penix does need to develop. Okay. He doesn't play the NFL. He played in college, and he played in college offense. That was a college offense, not an NFL offense. And there's something to be said, right? Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, QBs that sit.
Where was Aaron Rodgers selected? 24. Where was Jordan Love selected? 17.
Yeah. This one
right?
is
I mean, still first
surprise.
rounders, but towards the end of the first round, not 8. Is that 8 that he was selected?
8 overall.
8. What?
So the Bears getting lucky. The Bears have already got their pick in, by the way, wasting no time. They can get the third best wide receiver, who is probably the target of Michael Penix Jr.
Roman
in college.
What?
Yeah,
but didn't they get a wide receiver in the offseason? I mean, they have DJ Moore already. Didn't they get a stud?
Yes, they got Williams, right? They got one of the Charger wide
Mike
receivers.
Williams. Let me see. Bears sign
wide. I'm with you, Billy. I think that like this has to be Rome, right? You take the wide receiver here. Offenses need a 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Keenan Allen. Sorry, it was Keenan Allen, not Williams.
Keenan Allen. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
If not this, actually, I've actually, before it comes up here, I haven't seen it yet. Brock Bowers is another one. Komet is the tight end out there in Chicago, and quite frankly, he is just milk toast. He is nothing. He is the Logan Thomas of Chicago, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, right. You're right.
But like you can upgrade. So Brock Bowers might be a good pick by them. Do the Bears have a solid offensive tackle? I do believe their line has been shored up, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Komet is good. He's decidedly mediocre.
Yeah, that's right.
He is somewhere between John Bates and Travis Kelce. So you can take that for what it's worth.
Well, that's quite the
it's quite the gap. Yeah, that's quite the gap. For the record, our new, as the pick is in, the Bears in the 2024 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, like we said they would here on the channel. And like we've been trying to tell you, Sean Taylor jersey giveaway.
It's on.
I know Stoner.
Yeah.
Has to leave here in like 15 minutes.
I do.
So I wanted to give this jersey away before he has to step out. And you're stuck with me until Washington trades back up in the first
which
takes an offensive tackle. So
yeah,
Sean
we need
Taylor.
to get people entering. This is a big deal, man. Sean Taylor jersey.
Yep.
This is the real deal. Sean Taylor jersey.
I kid you not. I'm looking at our live look numbers right now. We have more than 1,300 people. I do not want to start this giveaway until we have 100. I mean, if it stalls out, it stalls out. Stoner's like, nah.
It ain't getting there.
All right. We'll see. I mean, we're already up to 20. Let's get as many as we can. Hashtag Sean Taylor, just like you see it on the screen right now. Minnesota moved up to the 10th pick.
Oh, Minnesota did?
Minnesota has moved up. We have a trade alert. Minnesota is on the clock from the New York Jets. Let's see what was the... This is J.J. McCarthy for the record. So they had to move up. This is what I was talking about. So they did trade with the Jets. So the Minnesota has moved up one pick. It's J.J. McCarthy. The Jets were receiving phone calls from all of the QB needing teams saying, JJ's still out there. We've got to take him before Minnesota at 11. Yeah. And the Jets were like, yeah, okay. Yep. We got it. Yep, sure. We'll talk that over. They call up Minnesota going, hey, the Raiders just offered us this. What can you offer us? And Minnesota coming over on top here, giving the Jets a little bit more ammo for moving down one spot. They were never going to take JJ. This was never about the Jets taking JJ. This was about Denver. This was about the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota going to take JJ McCarthy, the guy that they wanted all along, and they only had to move up one spot to do it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to what they had to give up to move up that one spot from 11 to 10. What would that take? Would that take a future first? I would be curious to see. I mean, the Jets only go back one spot. I don't know. I'm curious to see what. Let me see if it's out there.
We'll see the once it comes up here. We'll announce it. It shouldn't be that much. The difference between pick 2 and pick 1, that's multiple firsts, right? The difference between pick 11 and pick 10, you probably throw in an additional first, but you probably don't have to throw in more than one extra first. It'll probably be
a
2
fourth
firsts.
and a fifth. That's it.
That was it. A fourth and a fifth. You didn't even have to do that.
Fourth and a fifth that the Jets got. Plus, of course, they get the 11th pick. So they move back one spot, and you only had to give up a 4th round and a 5th round. Wow. I mean, they're only moving back one spot, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Well, Sean Taylor jersey for a giveaway here. We're up to 35 entries.
Okay. Not bad.
Oh, Doug even adding to this. So they gave the 11th, the 129th, the 57th, but got back 203.
That's not what I'm seeing, but that's cool. I mean, Schefter just said a 4th and a 5th.
4th and a 5th would have been the 129th.
Maybe that's supposed to be 129 and 157.
Yeah, that might be it, because 57 would be a round 2 pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep, yep.
64 picks, yeah. So Sean Taylor jersey, 37 entries. Off to another world. Hey, just in time, off to. You can hashtag Sean Taylor for your chance to win a Sean Taylor jersey. We did get our guy. I feel good. Washington has their QB, and we have a way forward. And now we need our coaches to do the job. And I know that I've been the most down on Jaden Daniels, but if he can replicate more of his Heisman year and less of his other years, we're going to be all right.
We're going to be all right.
We're going to be all right.
There's a great photo of Jaden Daniels in the crowd. He went into the commander section there with the hog farmers and all that and did a selfie with those guys. It's pretty cool. So I think he's okay with Washington. I think he's okay coming to Washington.
Yeah. Like I said, everyone's telling us it was noise. I did say that agent did that, either was a mistake or he did it deliberately, thinking like, hey, we're the presumptive number 2 pick. What are you doing bringing in the competition when you know that's not where you're going?
Yeah.
But everything over after that, like a week after that, we just kept hearing about how Washington was meeting with Jaden Daniels. They're smoothing things over. I don't think you smooth things over if that's not the guy you want to pick, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't do Zoom calls after the fact to sit there and be like, hey, we're seeing this, that you might not want to be here. What's up with that? And try to do that. So Jersey hit it here on the head. You hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button for us as we're giving away a Sean Taylor jersey. We have 41 entries. Where am I capping this one?
I think you cap it at like 9:20 or 8:20 your time.
8:20 my time. Okay.
The time, yeah. Like give it another minute.
Lock the laws like not anymore.
Yeah, I know nobody likes that we keep pushing more entries.
Yeah.
That lessens their chance to win. I get it.
And yeah, do yourself a favor. If you haven't subscribed, you're going to want to subscribe, because
yes,
I think, I said that we love this feature. I think we need to do something like this more often. But you know what? We'll have to do it for those who subscribe to the channel. Maybe this will be a membership feature that we implement this season as Washington has a new QB in town, and we're pretty excited about that. So it is, in fact, 8:20.
All right.
Right now.
9:20 our time.
4:30. Yeah, 8:20 Central Time. And so, yeah, Nathan was like, do it at 21 entries. That passed. There are 1,400 people watching. Most of those people are on Twitter, so it might be scrolling through or whatnot. Elon might be just giving us a little bit of boost on that number. You never know. But there are 43 entries here for the Sean Taylor jersey. Let's go.
Now, did we ever say that if they already won something, they can't win?
No,
another?
they are absolutely eligible to win.
Okay.
Uptown Dre, congratulations. You
Nice.
have won yourself a Sean Taylor jersey. Another OG. I love that a lot of the winners today are people we know have been supporting the channel for a long time. That makes my heart swell in a good way, not a bad way like it might have done in the past. But good things happening here. So congrats, Uptown Dre, for winning the Sean Taylor jersey. Reminder for all of the winners today, hit us up via email, refthedistrict@gmail.com. We're going to do our job and going to try to reach out to you. It'll be probably over the weekend sometime. If you haven't already emailed us, just email us and let us know, and we'll get that out to you. Some of the things you need to let us know: if you won an item of clothing, you're going to need us to know the size. So that way, I'm a 2XL.
Yep,
I'm a big dude. So, you don't want me buying you a 2XL if you're, Jaden Daniels size. All right. I'm more of a Drake May size guy. So there's a bit of a difference there. I loved seeing people comment about how small Caleb Williams looked next to Cam Newton. Most people look small next to Cam Newton. Okay. That guy was a linebacker playing. So congrats again, Uptown Dre. I just want to hit that one last time. That was all of the giveaways. I'm going to share the giveaway. I kept a 2 box on that one. We gave away Sean Taylor jersey. We gave away a mini helmet, a draft hat, the charcoal draft shirt, the Pick is In shirt, a Scary Terry shirt, a Sean Taylor t-shirt, all the jerseys, McLaurin, Dotson, Brian Robinson, a mug, and 2 pint glasses, all given away today. Nearly $600 worth of stuff given away here tonight. And as of course, the pick was Jaden Daniels. Good times. Stoner is getting ready to leave here. Let's hear your final thoughts. I'm going to give you the last 7 minutes before you have to hard out. I know you're not going to take 7 minutes.
Yeah.
You're going to take 2, and then you're going to bounce. And then I will stay live for at least a little bit here.
Yep. Don't go anywhere. I just want to say that it's a new era here in Washington. We have no idea how it's going to turn out, but with the people that are now in place, we like to kind of tease it, and we like to say, adults are in the building now. That's what this is. We have the right people in place. It's a completely different everything about this organization now. And whether or not you were just Drake May or a Jaden Daniels guy, it doesn't matter anymore. We all get behind Jaden Daniels. We all become fans again of this team, full all the way. Don't stop believing in what these new people who are in this organization are doing. Let's get 100% behind them. Criticize them when they do something you don't like. That's great. But forever and ever, which is our motto on this show, be a fan. So appreciate everybody checking in tonight, and it was awesome. Love the draft. Love Ref the District, and we'll see you all on the flip side. Can't wait to see what happens around 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
So, thanks, Stoner. I am going to stay live, so do stay with us as I want to stay on until that trade. Now, I don't have any single boxes, so it's just going to be my big. But we did have that trade alert earlier. That's how J.J. McCarthy was selected. He was actually a second Michigan QB selected in the first round. Jim Harbaugh the other QB for Michigan taken in the
Didn't
first
know that.
round. He's going to light the world on fire there in Michigan. That is KOC, that West Coast offense, that Shanahan offense. He is going to do good things out there. I wish him the best, unless he's playing Washington, in which case I hope he sucks. I hope he's
that's
worse
right.
than Brock Purdy. I hope he's worse than I hope he's worse than Jim Harbaugh was as a QB in the NFL. But that's neither here nor there. Jaden Daniels, the pick for Washington. Thanks again, Stoner. I'll let you go.
All
We are
right,
not
later,
streaming
boys.
live tomorrow. I know Stoner couldn't. I know Trev couldn't. And EP told me I couldn't. So you got to listen to EP there. So no more items to give away, but I hope you do stay with us as we'll sit there and see what's happening. Billy, I don't know if we're going to have a Bengals takeover. When are the Bengals even picking? That's a question I don't even have an answer for. Yeah, the Vikings. This is something I'll say about mock drafts. I think most of us hate them. We didn't do probably enough on Ref the District, but that's because I think most people got tired of them because Washington was picking 2. So it was like, what are you doing with your mock draft? Okay, maybe you trade up for a tackle, maybe you don't. But one of the things I was hearing and listening to as far as how the league uses them is they actually love having those data points because that tells people like where is the expected value of a player. And Minnesota can see this, that Minnesota doesn't have to move up to take JJ McCarthy because JJ McCarthy, even if they have him rated highly, that JJ McCarthy continues to slide. Now, it's not everything. They still have to listen to everything, all the chit chatter and stuff. The pick is in for the New York Jets. I will announce it when it comes up. It's not been up on my screen just yet. But the Jets are picking with the 11th pick in the 24 NFL draft. The New York Jets select. Gus really wanted me to do this one. Olu Fashanu is how we'll go with that one. I will skip that first name. But yes, the Vikings knew, I think, that they could wait. If JJ wasn't surprisingly taken by, either the Commanders or the Patriots, taking another Michigan QB, that they could sit back and wait. That they didn't have to move up. So that's surprising there. So there's actually a couple other surprises here. Bowers is falling. There hasn't been a defensive player taken yet. So it is interesting. Yeah, Fashanu is off the board here. I know a lot of people love Olu. A lot of fans, kind of there's that Penn State love in the DC area. So that's one who's off the board. But the Vikings, I would say, were smart. I think that they love that. And Mike, I was with you. JJ was my guy. I love JJ. When you talk about a guy who wants to win, not that JD doesn't, not that Jaden Daniels doesn't, or even Drake May doesn't, but like I feel like JJ has, and it's overused, but I feel like he has that, Michael Jordan to him, where he is just going to do the thing to win. And I think that's going to be, it's an excellent though. We don't know. Honestly, we don't know. Is he Tim Tebow 2.0? We don't know. Is Jaden Daniels the next Randall Cunningham? We don't know. We're going to have to go to the games. Bo Nix would be awfully early here, Jersey. Would be awfully early, but Bo Nix is somebody who I have liked to the Broncos. I feel like Bo Nix has a little Drew Brees to him. He is on the camera, so we'll see if that it is. So Billy, thanks for that. Pick 18. Pick 18. We got a little while. Maybe, just maybe, Billy, the Washington Commanders trade with your Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe that's where we go. Is it pick 18? What is the highest pick you think Washington should go for their offensive tackle? Broncos are picking right now. Las Vegas is picking here in a moment. Do they go up to 13? Is that as high as you want them to go? Do you think that they trade up into the early teens, or do you think that they can sit back and wait until Billy's Bengals pick at 18? Locked on Law saying 20. The best two offensive linemen out there. Let me bring up a draft board right now, so that way I have some more information at my deal. Yeah, JG, that one was crazy to me. I'm telling you, I could probably show the chat with my friend Tim, where I said, what do you think if they take Michael Penix, with that 8th pick? They can do it, and they can let him sit, and they can write out the Kirk Cousins. And he hated it. Oh, he hated it so much. He's probably going to be mad at me for putting that into the world. Yeah, Gregory, but I'm not all by myself. I have you here. No, Stoner had a heart out for family reasons. Trev had a heart out for family reasons. EP already bounced on me, so I am here I am honestly on because of all the noise surrounding Washington moving up. So we're not going to be live for day 2. So I wanted to be on live for when Washington goes for that offensive tackle. So yeah, I'm going to pull up the best available. And if you're looking at offensive tackle, I think Doug hit it on the head here. Fatanu and Fuaga are out there. You also have Tyler Guyton is somebody who people really love. Marius Mims is out there as well. So that's somebody to Fatanu actually just went, right? Didn't we say that? Did we not put that out there? No. Yeah, we already put that out there. So yeah, there might be a run on tackles, but if I'm trying to think of who's going to make that run on tackles, where's that tackle run going to happen? A lot of people thought 10 to 20 was where it's going to happen. So we have the Raiders, Saints, Indianapolis, Seahawks. A lot of talk about maybe trading up to 16. I asked about where you would want, and 15, Olu's gone. 20 seemed to make sense there. Yeah. How does everyone feel about Washington O-line coach? I think we'll have a better idea of how I feel about him after I watch Jaden Daniels, leave a game with a clean jersey. See, Joey's here with me. Tommy's here with me. Everybody's here with me. We appreciate you staying with us here. Mims at 25 or later. Oh, I don't know that that's going to happen. That would be surprising. That's going to be surprising. So Broncos pick is in. Everybody wearing those oversized hats. I feel like that's overblown. I loved it when Brian Robinson did it, and then when everybody else did it, I was kind of like, I'm over it. I'm over the big hat face. Denver Broncos. What do we need, Denver? What are you taking here? Their QB room is cruddy. Are they going to take? They took Bo Nix. The Denver Broncos with the 12th pick overall. Bo Nix. I think this might be history. 6 QBs within the first 12 picks. Half of the picks so far have been QBs. Wow. Bo Nix was a guy I thought was going to fall to round 2. This is not a guy who, when we looked at him in our March Madness QB edition. I mean, I did say I gave him high praise, right? I said I think I see a lot of Drew Brees-esque in him, but man, that cannot feel good. I mean, didn't they just trade for Wilson? What are you doing? What are you doing, Denver? Las Vegas, again, they've got to be besides themselves. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, no defensive player for Antonio Pierce has been taken off the board. He has his choice at offensive player. Maybe he wants Brock Bowers. That's a guy who's been slipping. You know, this is crazy. Maybe they take Troy Fatanu. Man, unbelievable here right now. Bo Nix, 6 QB taken, and we're at pick 12. Doug, probably. That's taking Atlanta taking Penix is wild to me. Not with JJ off the board. When I was talking to my Atlanta buddy, I had Penix going at 8, mainly because of dig towards him. But it was also because I assumed 4 QBs were going before Penix. I had seen our guys Authentic in the Beard in here earlier during one of the giveaways. I know Authentic is sick to his stomach right now. That man desperately wants a QB, and who are they taking now? You know, maybe they take Pratt from Tulane. That's crazy. That would be something. Spencer Rattler does not belong in the first round. That is insane. Yep. So the fewest overall picks before 6 QBs were taken in the NFL draft. Wild. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 10th, and 12th. This could go down. We talked with EB from the Junkies, and we talked about how this could be. You know, a lot of people predict you can't have this many QBs go and them all be successful, but this could just be the draft that they're all successful. 6 QBs though, taken in the top 12 picks. Half of these guys, if not more, probably not going to be successful. But that's the league we're in. That is the league we're in. All right, with the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia. His slide is over, and you can tell that man with his receding hairline is happy that his slide is over. I'm not one to talk. I mean, it's not quite so bad. I still got a lot of hair on my head. Who's the next QB taken? Milton? Next QB taken. It's probably Rattler. A lot of love for Rattler. Smaller guy, though. I don't know. Milton has a big arm. Okay, Washington still in the money here. New Orleans on the clock. What does New Orleans need? New Orleans needs an offensive tackle, defensive tackle, QB, guard, and wide receiver. Okay, so probably not a trade target for Washington if they're looking for an offensive tackle. And again, this is a situation where no defensive player has gone yet. Not a single one. A waste for Brock Bowers. I'm not a fan of taking a tight end in the first round, personally. Me personally. Unless it's an Iowa tight end who is just out of this world, in which case I can make the exception. Tight end, I feel like, is a good day 2 pick. Feel like tight end is a good day two pick. Not necessarily for Washington, but normally. Oh, I completely forgot that Michael Mayer is out in Vegas. Are we maybe this is the New England Patriots. Maybe this is Gronk and the other guy. Even if he didn't last necessarily as long as he could because he went to jail. Maybe. That is wild. We've seen quite a few picks here that have been kind of crazy. Big board is showing nothing but defensive players right now, minus a couple of offensive linemen. Troy Fatanu, Graham Barton, the top two offensive linemen. Fuaga from Oregon State is out there as well, but much further down. Are we going to see the run on offensive tackles here, starting with the Saints? What's interesting now is that things are starting to move. Things, I feel like the only reason why we're waiting for picks is because people are taking phone calls. Hey, do you want to move up? You want to move up? I don't see there. Yes, that guy. That one who I didn't want to name, but yes. So that is crazy. Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer. We'll see. We'll see what Pierce has going there. Who is their quarterback right now out in Vegas? Are they still running with the one kid? Jaden Daniels is going to be exciting, guys. I'm really. I know I've been down on him, but I really do feel like Jaden Daniels is going to be exciting. This one might be. Is Gardner Minshew over there? Oh, please tell me Gardner Minshew is there. Please tell me that guy has a lot of moxie, but he is very much like a former QB here, Aiden O'Connell. Oh no, not Aiden O'Connell. Let's see the rest of the depth chart here. Poor Raiders will be available. Come on. Give me your roster. All right. Position. Sort by this. Okay. QB for the Raiders currently. Anthony Brown Jr., Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell. All right. That might not be as bad as the Broncos who traded for Wilson. That's rough. We don't have to worry about that anymore. We've got JD5. I know people like Yam and others, the maniacs, not happy with that pick. But there's got to be, we have to be excited right now. Peters, I guarantee you, I'm telling you right now, the reason why these picks aren't being made sooner is absolutely because teams are receiving phone calls. They're trying to see, hey, what can we get? Are you willing to move up? JG, I'm not disappointed with JD, even though he wasn't my first choice. Precisely. He was my third choice. But this is a time of excitement. This is a time where we need to be, this is Commandalorian, right? JD5 is him. This is the time where we have to have the highest hopes. Okay. As games start coming in, you can be a realist. All right. If Jaden Daniels was not your pick today, be happy. We have a franchise quarterback. But don't sit there and dog him now. Be a realist 6 games in. If Jaden Daniels doesn't look good to you, say, hey, this is why I didn't want to take him. But right now is the time to be excited for him. Absolutely. Yes, off to. That was something that was surprising because I'm pretty sure he actually signed his contract in a neck cast. Chase Young dealing with that neck injury. Guaranteed, 30 million guaranteed, as the Saints are picking here. So they didn't get the trade, otherwise we would have seen the trade. And this is true. This is true, Matt. Think back. It's not that long ago. It's 12 years ago. But think back to 2012 and how exciting that season was. And I get that it was a blip. All right. I very much understand that that was a blip in our history. But think back to 2012 and just how exciting that time that was. That is now. That is 100% now. And that's why it's exciting for me. By the way, I was a big RG3 guy. Stoner will tell you. I was telling him all throughout 2011. Watch this guy from Baylor. He's legit. I was able to see him in person when I was stationed out here in Oklahoma. And I was thrilled, absolutely thrilled. And he lived up to the hype in 2012. And I do agree the injury, and I feel like RG3, both the injury and then also some mental makeup stuff. And he'll tell you that too. RG3 will tell you like, hey, he made mistakes. And that's why he didn't work out. Jaden Daniels has to avoid that. I think the coaches have to set him up for success. But I think good things will happen. Saints pick is in. So Roger Goodell walking to there. And Bob, he might just be RG3 2.0. He could be Randall Cunningham 2.0. We don't know. All right. With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga, Oregon State tackle. Getting pretty thin there at tackle. Not in love with this right now. Indianapolis looks like they'll go defense. So at least that's a good sign for us. Oh man. Yeah, he could be the next Lamar. Well, one of those Commandalorian is off. Fuaga's off the board. Billy saying the price for 18 just moved up. Yeah, Mims is out there. Guyton is out there. You shouldn't be trading up for Jordan Morgan, in my opinion. I said my bold prediction was Washington doesn't trade back up in the first, that they stand pat. We'll see if that bold prediction comes true. The reason why I'm still live right now at 2 hours and 19 minutes with 1,500 people watching across all of our platforms is because I was told we're going to trade back up. So make sure that if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel here on YouTube, as that helps us and helps other people find us. Yeah, see, Bob, this is what we're talking about. This is too early. This is too early for that. This is the time of excitement. I get that he wasn't your guy. I was a JJ guy. But Jaden Daniels is our QB now. Be excited. We don't know what's going to come. He could be the exception. Up until 2 years ago, Mr. Irrelevant was just that. And now all of a sudden, Brock Purdy was in the Super Bowl. Jaden Daniels could be the exception, right? He could be that special player. So allow excitement to overtake you tonight and tomorrow and all the way up until the games are starting. Okay. Again, I give you free reign to come back here, Bob, and tell us 6 games in the season, if things aren't going well, I told you so. Free reign by all means. But right now is the time for excitement. Washington has their new QB with a new coaching staff, with a new GM, and this is why we asked last night in our flagship program, how far are you willing to trust him? Because people like you, Bob, were saying, if he drafts Jaden Daniels, I'm out. It's the worst decision ever. They've poured over the tape. There are people on record whose job it is to evaluate them, these players who've consistently talked about Jaden Daniels being one of the best prospects in this draft. Yes, possibly Shen was there and in everyone's ear saying, hey, his pressure sack ratio is not good. Hey, his scramble rate's not good. Hey, there's this other stuff that you might want to look at on the analytics side. But sometimes analytics aren't all that. That's the reason why he fell to 3 for me. That's why he was my 3rd. But that's, honestly, just the way it came. And now we have a guy who is the most electric player in the draft. Possibly, but that's also the same team that drafted Brock Purdy. So, I mean, it's half a dozen, one or the other. You can go either way. Yeah, I'm guilty, Nathan. I'm a positive Perry, 100% positive Perry here, and I will always look on the bright side of life, and that silver lining. So, Indianapolis taking their full time. Did they get the memo from the league that, hey, you guys got to start taking a little bit longer with these picks because we have some commercial breaks to get to, because we're sitting at currently 8:51 here Central Time, which means it's almost 10 o'clock for you there on the East Coast. We appreciate everybody who's jumped in so far. I am staying on here for the Ref the District team because all we've heard about is how Washington's going to move up, and we're getting into the mid-teens here, and there's not a lot of tackles left. So we'll see who they might want to target as the Colts pick is in, and we'll wait for Roger Goodell to get to the podium there. Right. Yep. Fanatics. Right. And to be fair, Matt, fanatic, goes both ways. It goes, love and hate are the same side of the different sides of the same coin, is the saying, right? Because those emotions are so close to each other. It's why a lot of rom-coms, the people hate each other before they love each other. It's the emotions are so close. So I can't fault them for really feeling that way, because they're high emotions. And there's something that's to be said about that, because people who are in the business, they'd much rather you be a 10 or a 1, because if you're a 5, you don't care. They don't want you apathetic. They want you either being really angry or really in love. And right now, I think we should be really in love. So the Colts pick is in. It's got to be defense, right? We're looking at no defensive player being taken so far. Absolutely insanity. 15 picks in, an entire offense selection. Just absolutely crazy. Yeah, Bob, you're about to be put in timeout, actually, for some of the fan hating there. You can't tell me that. One, I used to be a season ticket holder, so there's that. All right, with the 15th selection in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Latu is off the board. That is somebody, the Dr. Chow, who was on earlier, he mentioned risky pick, because while he's a good player, one more neck injury, and he's going to be a lot closer to Van Der Esch and having to retire early. Yeah, Bob, because I'm no longer in the area. I'm in Oklahoma. I retired from the military and moved over. So congrats. Let's see. That's it. Yep. User is in timeout for the record. I'm not going to kick him out. He's in timeout if he wants to stay around and listen to the other chats. I did put him in timeout. Like I said, it's one thing to be down on the pick and not like the pick, but don't start attacking other people. That's a dumb thing. Yeah, that's a dumb thing. Yeah. And I agree, Jermaine. And I have a job. I have a job to do here for you guys, is make interesting content, fun content. George, I'm with you. Bob probably just needs a hug. You know, everyone send Bob your love. He needs a hug. Bob's down right now. So hey, it happens. I don't like doing that. We're moving on. Latu, first defensive player taken, a great talent. I thought that there's a lot to like out there for him on the edge. I thought it was very interesting what Dr. Chow mentioned as far as the injury concern, especially because that's a serious injury, right? The neck, and that's one I feel could be aggravated fairly easily. So, you know, we wish him a healthy career out there in Indianapolis. But that's a bit risky. All right, Seattle at 16. This is the big one. Is this where Washington takes their tackle? Is this where we move up to? Seattle Seahawks, according to ESPN, needed an offensive guard, an edge, a cornerback, a safety, or a center. I mean, they've had a lot to pick from. There's a lot of people out there for them to pick from right now. So they might not be moving off the pick. So we'll see. But this is where we might be able to see somebody. How do you play linebacker and protect your neck? Well, one of the biggest things, right, is they have that collar now. You know, I know we used to, you know, for us older guys, there used to be those, and Van Der Esch actually would wear one. But they do have some defensive collars to help. The other thing is when you tackle, right, you don't put your head down when you tackle. You are at serious risk when you're tackling if you put your head down at straining your neck. So keep your head up and you're less likely. But I mean, when you're in the heat of the moment, there can be anything, right? And that's rough. So yeah, his tape is good. He really is. You know, I was looking at edges because that's my second top position, right? Get your QB, get a pass rusher. And so Lutu was somebody I was looking at, not that Washington would trade up for him, but still I wanted to do the due diligence, and he is a menace. This guy can play. He can absolutely play. We're showing some crying in the green room, always fun. Mike at a 2 on the fandom. Yeah, the previous owner, not a fun times, but it's a new time, right? The game experience, I agree. FedEx is lacking. It's going to be another 6-ish years before we get a new stadium. I do think that there's more coming there. I think they're going to keep trying to put money into FedEx just to at least make it serviceable because it's so low. And then uniform, I love the burgundy. The whites, I get it. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the whites. The black, I've warmed up to. I love this Tressway black jersey that EP got me. I'm normally not a fan, and this is my military service coming in here. I'm actually not normally a fan of like the camo look, but the camo actually really does pop on this black. So I get it. A lot of people aren't big on the name change. Commanders isn't the best. You can actually see here in the corner. I still have Washington stuff. I do have, I have my salute to service for Washington football team. I have a Sean Taylor pennant over there. I've got my you like that. I've never been to FedEx Field though, Bob. I got my "You Like That" I got from that game over there. Yeah. But I do need some more stuff out here. EP's working on that. I need my Daryl Green jersey. I need that signed is what I need, especially because he's having his number retired. 100% love that. To me, he is Mr. Redskin, in my opinion. That's I grew up watching him, watched him play. The guy did 20 years in the NFL, which is unheard of, especially for a physical, position that he was at and a speed position. This dude's out there 40 years old running around with these 20-year-olds. Loved it. Loved it. Daryl Green absolutely 100% deserves his number to be retired. And I'm happy for him. And I might go back out to the games for that one. I might have to make that one. So not a fan of the black ones, not a huge fan of the black ones. Commander Lorian, the black unis are fire, just need to win. I will say, so I'm a Thunder fan as well from my Okie days. I was here when they were just starting out. Loved going to the games. They do the shirts so fantastically well, and I get that there's a bit of a difference between the 20,000, or the 30,000 NBA seats compared to a full stadium. But we really need to get on some whiteout games. We really need to get on some blackout games. We have to win games for those to matter. But these are the things I want. I lived a lot overseas. I would love to see a stadium that has chants the way that, soccer teams have chants in Europe, and songs and the college vibe. When you go to a college football game, they're wild. I want that at FedEx Field. And I think we're going to start to see that more and more as Washington wins. So, ooh, that's good. We are allowed an extra helmets, so that is something that is that would be nice. White helmet with the shadowed old look. Love it. Yeah, the new matte burgundy helmets are 100%. I love the old Redskin logo. Okay, don't get me wrong, but these matte helmets are fantastic. I'm telling you right now, Stoner told me don't spare any cost. I almost did the $900 burgundy helmet as a giveaway item, but the Sean Taylor jersey was supposed to be the top item, and I was just like, if that's a $170 jersey, I can't go above that with the full thing, which is why we did the mini helmet. But the burgundy helmet is so good. That matte look, I really wish it was matte black rather than the shiny black. Really would love that. Just an OKC fan, never a Supersonic fan, although I did follow them prior to the move to Oklahoma City. So I was born here in Oklahoma as a military brat, and then my dad we moved around, and then I joined the military, and I came here at a time when Oklahoma City was just getting here. And I was telling people that, hey, this is a team that's going to be good, because they were 3-29, and then they went 20-30 in the last 50 games. And I said, watch this team. They're going to be fantastic. So I was going to Oklahoma City games, Loud City, when tickets were like $4, and they're just desperate to get people in. So that's, love my Thunder. I support the Wizards, but I absolutely love my Thunder. So that's why I'm an Oklahoma City fan. DC, pretty much everything else. Love the Caps. Big Nationals guy. Of course, the Commanders. I've been a Redskins fan. My dad, who is from upstate New York, he was a Redskin fan. That's how I became a fan. And first game I remember watching was the Super Bowl against the Bills. Loved it. So we're thanking our service members. So that's always good. Appreciate all of our veterans. Our Matt is one, and several others are. Myself, Stoner. Byron Murphy, the second out of Texas, is Seattle Seahawks pick at 16. So we have back-to-back defensive players being taken here. Now Minnesota is back on the clock, and they are Byron Murphy's off the board. So do they go with Quinnen Mitchell? Arnold out of Alabama? They don't need line help. Well, I guess maybe they do need a guard, but you probably get a guard day 2. They probably go for one of these defensive players, I imagine. So watching Minnesota had pick 23. Oh, they must have moved up because I'm showing that I might be a little bit ahead here. They did move up. I was wondering. Yeah, you're right. 23. So they moved up to 17. So I have to think that they're taking Troy Fatanu right here. Offensive guard is a position of need for them. And if you're moving up, are you moving up? Or maybe is it the fact that Byron Murphy just came off the board and you want your defensive tackle? Appreciate it for those thanking me for my service. Proud to do it. If they pick a wide receiver, that would be wild. Who are they going to pick? Brian Thomas Jr.? Nope. So the Vikings pick Byron Murphy? Did I miss? Okay. This is where looking through chat and looking over isn't working out here. Let me clean it up here just a little bit. So Byron Murphy was selected by Seattle at 16, and the Vikings have picked somebody that they're pretty excited about. Let's see who they've taken just to see who it is. Pick 17. Broadcast talking about picking an edge. Dallas Turner time. A lot of people had him going within the top 10, 12 picks, but we haven't seen a lot of Washington ones. So this was Jacksonville moving back. Billy, Cincinnati's up. Stoner was also a broadcaster, Billy. He was actually my boss in Germany at one point. So Minnesota Vikings with the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL draft selects. And there he goes. Dallas Turner is off the board. Minnesota moving up twice in the first round. First to take J.J. McCarthy, now to take one of the top players, Dallas Turner, one of the top defensive players, going a little bit later than I think he expected. That has got to be thanks off to Another World for your service. And for anyone else I might have missed, by the way. Yeah, why trade up for a guard? I honestly was only because that's what popped in, and that's one of the ones that I was like Washington might want. There, Gus, that you don't trade up for a guard, in my opinion. You take them in the second and third round. If you want a guard, take Jordan Morgan off and make him a guard. He's athletic. He's played some guard. He's there. So Cincinnati on the clock. Yeah, I agree. Off to pick defense. Come on, Quinnen Mitchell. Come on, Terrion Arnold. Come on, Jared Verse. Go ahead, Graham Barton. We don't need a center. Cooper DeJean. Take that white boy. Come on. Let's see that Iowa kid go out there. Leave Chop Robinson for the second round. Leave Chop Robinson. Good point. Having to replace Hunter. Good move. True. And also, this is one of those things that, when you're talking about Minnesota, while they're going to have a rookie QB, which could go either way, that's a team that's built to win games. Okay. Head coach who can win games. So this is a team who's trying to pick in the back half of these drafts, of these first rounds. So they're okay moving some of these picks because they want to be picking anyways, naturally, in the back half of each of these rounds. So go ahead, take some of these picks off because they want to win games now. Thanks, PNW, for your service. Stationed in Germany. I was not there. Actually, I was there as a kid in those years, 97 and 99. So a little bit of a youngin', not really. Nearly 40 years old myself. Cincinnati, your clock is ticking. Are you trading away that pick? I was at Ramstein from 97 to 2001 as a kid. And then as an adult from, let's see, that was EP and I first, that was our first duty station together. We met here in Oklahoma because she's an Okie kid. And then, so it was in 2011 through 2014. So Ramstein holds a dear spot in our heart. Love it. Oh, PNW, you're not that much older than me. So we're at commercial break for their Cincinnati Bengals. The pick is in, and they're getting the Washington treatment. They've gone to commercial break. So, Billy, who are they taking here without cheating? Who are they taking at pick 18? They maybe is this Brian Thomas Jr.? Who's the pick here? You're our resident Cincy fan. Yep, Uptown Dre. Everyone thought it was going to be a run on offensive linemen. Right now, we're seeing a run on defense. But to be fair, the defensive players are much higher on the board at this point. You got to think that 6 QBs taken within the first 12 picks. This is where people weren't expecting the Dallas Turners to be available. This is where they weren't expecting Jared Verse to be available. These players were supposed to be gone by now. So, I think players are starting to be like, well, or teams are starting to go, well, you can't pass up on, this defensive talent. I know a lot of people try to draft for need. Sometimes you just got to go with the best player available, right? There's tiers to it. There's definitely some things that are moving, but, unless you really, don't need to, unless you need something at a super special position like QB or something like that, you absolutely you take the best player available, in my opinion. Quinnen Mitchell. Yeah. Quinyon Mitchell is how it's spelt, by the way. With so you have most of it right. Instead of an I, it's an Y. Toledo cornerback. That's who your guess is. It's not on their list of needs, so it's interesting why you'd want that. Locked on Law's not happy with the pick. I haven't seen it come across the board yet. We're still at commercial break here on ESPN. Oh, they do need an offensive tackle. Are they going to take Troy Fatano? Is he a guard? Is he a tackle? Or they take Mims? Pick is in. Still haven't seen it come across. So no spoilers. No spoilers yet. But Locked on Law, man, I have to tell you, that was a great way to not spoil it, right? That was a fantastic way to give a little hint, but not spoil it. Billy, I have to ask you, why didn't you guys trade with us? I thought you didn't need any offensive line help. I can't imagine Locked On Law would be upset with anything other than an offensive lineman here. Second round picks are day 2. So this tonight is just first round. Again, I'm staying on strictly because Washington was rumored heavily today to be calling people to move up. And so I figured, hey, we'll stay on. We are not going to be streaming live tomorrow. I did talk to the guys. I said we should because we have 5 picks. That's going to be Washington's money, is tomorrow night. Stoner couldn't. Trev couldn't. EP told me I couldn't. And you listen to EP. So we won't be streaming live. We will be providing content on Monday where we're going to go over the draft and our thoughts on the draft. So look for that recorded content. And of course, we're live every Wednesday at 7:30 Eastern right here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. I know most of these numbers right now are showing that, we've got 1,500 people here. I know a lot of those are coming from outside YouTube. Make sure you head over to YouTube. We're looking to start a membership package. Let us know some of the things that you guys would like to see if we started a membership package. We're always going to provide you the flagship. We're looking to maybe create something specifically for members. And like I said, these giveaways, maybe that's something we can do for members. So let us know as we're trying to continue creating good content, provide most of it for free. We just enjoy doing this. So it is. And one Bob. I don't know that Bob's here. I did not ban him, although it did show up as ban. I put him in a timeout and he went there. So unless I accidentally, slipped, I'm pretty sure I just put him in a timeout. But it could have bounced on me and I could have accidentally banned him. And I didn't mean to do that. So Marius Mims is the pick for the Bengals. Big guy, not a lot of experience. This could be a bit of a mistake there. And we'll see. So I think Mims has a lot of there's a lot of excitement for him. I guess he has seen 774 snaps. Wasn't that what most people were concerned about? Was that he didn't have the experience, that he's still raw? I know that's Guyton's MO, but there's a lot to like with Mims. I mean, that's a big dude. That is a big dude. So yeah. Well, that's good. Maybe Joe Burrow can actually play 17 games in a season now. Billy, where are you at? Did you like that pick? Did you like it? Because I know a lot of people are upset we didn't take that one. That's another player off the board on the offensive side of the ball. Honestly, I don't know who you're moving up for now. I really don't see it. And this is what I thought was going to happen. Troy Fautanu is being looked at as a guard. That's not somebody, I feel like you jump into. So I don't know. I said it before. I'll say it again. I think Washington stays at 36. I think that they do it. Yep. Billy loves it. So Billy loves that pick. I mean, there's a lot to like. Mims is a big, mean dude. Rams are on the clock right now. Bengals showing some excitement that they were able to stay there and get the tackle that they want. Here's the thing, gents and ladies and gents, because I know we have some ladies. I don't want to leave you out there. The Rams have offensive tackle listed as a need. This could be yet another offensive lineman taken away from Washington. and we're nearing territory that is not so good. Pittsburgh, what does Pittsburgh need? And we can already see, again, that teams are starting to take players that we want. Pittsburgh needs, according to this, where are you at? Pittsburgh, Detroit, Washington. Am I missing Pittsburgh? Someone give me Pittsburgh needs. Pick is in for the Rams. I know that's not what my thing shows, but ESPN might be the ESPN's maybe a little bit further ahead. The website is. Rams have a lake watch party. Okay, stop showing off. Uptown Dre, that's absolutely something that Stoner and I have talked about. I thought that would have been a great thing to have during this off season, and then we just had a lot of content, and it ended up not being something we did between the draft and the end of the season. But it's absolutely on the menu. It is 100% something we would love to do. We would love to get you on as a guest to be on here. I think that's great. Matt, I'm with you. I said this before. I don't think we trade up. The only target you trade up for right now is Guyton. And even as a Sooner, I don't know that you want to give up too much for him. I think he's probably a right tackle. He's got a lot of tools. He is very raw. So I just don't see it. Pittsburgh needs a new hockey team. I get in a lot of trouble. Despite being a passive Caps fan, I don't hate Sidney Crosby. I know I'm not allowed to do that. Can't be a Caps fan and not like Sidney Crosby, but dims the brakes. I like the kid. What can I say? This is true, Brian. This is where, when you see a run on position like this, where let's say Guyton goes here in the next couple of picks, you might need to move up just to get the next best guy, even if he's not a first round guy, but it's about who you can take. It's about who you can get. Kingsley, that's a day 2 pick. Kingsley is a day 2 pick. Jordan Morgan's a day 2 pick. These are guys who I don't think who you should be taking in the first round. These are day 2 guys. And I'm the first to tell you, it's not about where they're taken, it's about how they play and if they're the guy. Those are ones, if you're moving up for him, the board really has to dictate that. So the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, edge out of Florida State. Another guy I liked. Patrick Paul, maybe. I mean, he could be good. Put him next to his brother. Maybe his brother improves. Matt, I hate Crosby enough for the both of us. Most Caps fans do. And I get it. I get all the reasons to hate him. I wasn't too big of a Caps fan when he and Ovi were rookies. And so I liked him. I liked his style of play. Ovi's better, but hey. So here we go. Pittsburgh on the clock. Here it says wide receiver, center, CB, defensive tackle, and an offensive tackle. Okay, so we're hoping that they go with, we know they're not taking wide receiver. Pittsburgh will not take a wide receiver. So here we hope that they take Graham Barton. Maybe center. Where's my man? Where's 3 names? Did I miss him? He hasn't been taken yet, right? Did I miss one he was taken? Where's my offensive lineman with 3 names? Where's JPP? No, he wasn't taken yet. Did it? This board doesn't have him higher? That's a shock. That's a shock. Yeah, I'm not seeing him on the. Jackson Powers Johnson is rated the 36th best prospect right now by ESPN. I find that shocking. That's who I would take if you're looking for a center, personally. But we're not looking for a center. We're just hoping Pittsburgh takes a center. We know they're not taking a wide receiver. This is where Mitchell can go off the board, the Toledo cornerback. Terrion Arnold, possibly. Graham Barton from Duke, sure. Stupid Jaguars. Vikings, why couldn't you give us that pick and trade with us? Washington, not looking to trade here. I don't know. I'm more and more thinking they're not going to go there. Jersey, don't say tackle. We can't have any more tackles off the board. We need as many tackles to be on the board. How about we trade in front of, I love that. Trade in front of Dallas and grab Guyton. Any way we can continue the all-in for Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys? Absolutely. Absolutely. M. Jones with a hashtag Sean Taylor. The giveaway did happen earlier. We appreciate you jumping in the chat here, M. Let's see. When do our division rivals pick? I thought that was a great question, by the way, that I asked EB from the Junkies. Giants were on the clock. Who do we hope that they take? So who do we hope our division rivals picking at 22 and 24? Who are we hoping that they take? That is where we're at right now. Who do we hope that they take? Locked on Law, that's true. They want a center. Maybe they get Jackson Powers Johnson if they can't get Barton. Yeah, Kool-Aid has a fantastic name. Kool-Aid. I'm guilty of loving some draft names, though. Smoke Monday. Every mock draft last year, I was taking Smoke Monday. Somewhere in the back half of the draft, just because I was like, that's a fantastic name. How could you not take Smoke Monday? That is an S tier name right there. And Kool-Aid McKinstry is right up there with that. That's a great name. That is a fantastic name. I'm not trading for Brandon Ayuk, period. I don't see the value in trading away a day 2 pick when there's a deep wide receiver class and you already have wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. Like, you can draft a wide receiver 3 who potentially takes over 1 or 2 spot, right? You don't give up for Brandon Ayuk and then have to pay him. So I'm not a believer in that. And I think if Peters wanted Ayuk, we probably would have already seen that make movement. So I don't think it's happening. Jordan Morgan at 36, it might be where they have to go because he's the one who's available. He's not my pick. If I'm taking a tackle at 36, not named Guyton at this point, I would probably take Kingsley Sumatea. Rosengarten from Washington's been getting a lot of love lately. Maybe that's where you go. So I think they probably double dip in the tackle pool, give themselves some options. One of them backs up Wiley at the worst case scenario. But I'm not in love with Jordan Morgan at 36. The number one thing you'll see on his draft reports is while he's athletic, he's probably going to end up being a guard. And you can't pull a Sam Cosmi 2.0 here when you can't afford it. You can take a project out of offensive tackle. You can't take a guy who is, well, he's probably going to be a really good guard. You can't do that. You got to take a guy who's either going to be a good tackle or not a good tackle. But you can't take a guy who, well, maybe is a tackle, but he's probably a really good guard. And so that's why I'm off that. The Steelers pick is in. Great question. Keep the questions coming as we're hitting this late stride here for the NFL draft first round. I'm Nathan Perry here on Ref the District. Keeping it alive. My guys had to leave me, but you didn't, and I appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate that. M. Jones thinking wide receiver at 36. Who do you got in mind? A lot of people love Xavier Leggett, and I'm one of them. So please tell me, M, that you're thinking it's Leggett there. Let me know who you think is going to go at 36. Let's see here. Membership would be great with the occasional member guest. Excellent. One of the things I think it was Craig Hoffman did that I was talking to Stoner that I think would be excellent is, so we have guests who come in on occasion. I'm talking, you guys absolutely, I want to get our viewers in, but we do have, we do get guests. Maybe not as good as Trapper Dive right now, who, Adam Schefter, RG3, even though we did try to get RG3 and he interacted with us, but then he never came on. So shame on you, RG3. Trapper Dive killing it out there with the guests. But we do try to bring on guests. And I was thinking what Craig Hoffman did was fantastic. He had a members only stream for the guest. And so we would produce that content and eventually push it out for everybody. But what would you think if we did a live stream for members only where you got to be kind of a part of that interview? So if we had some of the guests if we had Anthony Armstrong on again for an interview. So Troy Fatanu is the Steelers pick. There's one more offensive lineman off the board. Excellent pick, by the way, for Pittsburgh Steelers here. But you guys got to be just like you are now, live interacting and get to ask some of those questions, during that particular live. And then, like I said, we'll cut it up so everybody eventually gets it. But as a member, that is something you would have the opportunity to kind of get. Now, full disclosure, usually those interviews end up getting scheduled sometime throughout the day. So it would be a midday stream that you would have to get there. So Doug saying too much. He's a guard stuff when they've played almost all left tackle. I'm assuming Jordan Morgan is there. He has some right tackle experience too. Yeah. So here's the thing though, Jordan is with Jordan Morgan and the tackles who get pushed as this is probably a guard, is there are certain traits that you can absolutely see within tackles and within those tackles who play at the college level who don't, right? And I see this at the high school level as well. I call games for high school, and there are players who who are playing outside at the high school level, they're guards, right? And so there's just certain traits you need when you're starting to go up levels. And there's nothing wrong with this. There's a lot of tackles out there in the college level who are better suited as guards at the NFL level. Some of it happens to do with their movement. Some of it happens to do with their arm size. Some of it happens to do with their weight, right? Like some guys, they might be 350 pounds, but they play like they're 250 pounds. How much, can you get there? So I tend to, if it were one or two, Doug, that were saying, hey, Jordan Morgan is probably going to be a guard, then I might be able to brush it off. But I'm telling you, when I was doing the research, 5 separate reports. It took somebody else pointing out one, Walter Football, who are good. They're good. They're good at what they do. Was the only one who said, yes, he could play tackle at the next level. Every other report that I was reading, PFF, Bleacher, Athletic, ESPN, NFL, all he's a guard. He's a guard. So too soon, JG, for a wide receiver. Here's the thing: is wide receiver is probably a bigger need than we give credit to, and so I think 36. I would take tackle myself. A Kingsley, would be nice there. Blake Fisher maybe, but yeah, I would probably go tackle. But 40, is 40 too soon for you? 40 feels good for a wide receiver. So Dolphins pick, let's see, they got they need defensive tackle, tight end, offensive tackle. I always hate seeing that. That's rough. Let's not. Chop Robinson is who Matt would like. I'm hoping Chop Robinson's not the pick here. That's another player we like. Yeah, okay, Matt. Yeah, filling. I'm telling you, QB. I know Stoner and I disagree with this all the time. It goes QB and a pass rusher. Those are your top 2 positions. I know a lot of people believe it's the offensive tackles, and the offensive line is super important. And I have all the rest of the offensive line next, 3 through 6. There you go. There's your offensive line. Get your tackles, get your guards, get your center. They're super important, but you need a pass rusher. If you don't have a QB, you need to stop the opponent's QB, period. Even if you have a QB, you need to stop the opponent's QB. So edge rusher is big. They don't have an edge rusher right now. I know they've got a couple linebackers. I know they've signed a couple people. They need some talent, but I will say this. When we looked at some of the edge rushers that are going to be available for Washington at 36, and Chop Robinson, I don't think is going to be there. I do like Darius Robertson. I think he's probably going to end up playing a little bit more inside than outside. Marshawn Nealand and Braswell are very similar. Nealand you could probably get later. Braswell I do think is going to go higher. I don't think I want them in those picks. I think there's better talent available at 36 and 40 than Braswell or Nealand. Maybe you take Isaac from Penn State later. Austin Booker is a guy who tends to be available in that 3rd round. He might be somebody you take, but I don't necessarily love the early day 2 players. Locked on Law, that's a bold take. That is a bold take. Most people would have Chop Robinson above Darius Robinson. I like both. Chop Robinson, my issue with him, very similar to another Penn State guy, in my opinion, that we just cut, Shaka Toney. Probably translates better Chop Robinson does than Shaka Toney does. I was actually surprised Shaka Toney was a 7th round pick. He seems really good. He's very explosive. He has some bend to him, but he was too small. Chop Robinson is also a tweener, and I feel like that's going to be a downside to him. Darius Robinson, not a tweener. That guy has played defensive tackle. That guy can play some football. I do like Darius Robinson. That's a guy I like, but maybe we can forego him because of the fact that, like I said, he is. I feel like he is going to play, and he has defensive tackle. He's going to play throughout the line, and I think we need some more pure pass rushers. So the Dolphins pick is in. Who are the Dolphins going to take off the board? Yeah, and see, Locked on Law, like I said, he is a Chop Robinson as a tweener. So with the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, The Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson. We're just talking about him, and he's off the board. Explosive player, exciting player. But like I said, he is a tweener. And I will say this for Miami. Miami is one of the teams that very much values Raz. They're somebody who they are a team when they look at the analytics, and we had a little bit of this here in Washington under Ron Rivera, is they're looking at guys who are explosive. They are looking at guys who are athletic. They feel like they have coaches in the building that can teach the skill set. So get a guy who is just athletically gifted and teach him the skill set. And that matters more to them than a guy who might have a better pedigree or who might, have more football intelligence. They want those explosive, just absolute speed demons, athletic freaks, and Chop Robinson fits the bill. There goes that pick. So never mind on Chop Robinson. Yep, that settles that. So here we go. Washington not having moved up yet. We are at 3 hours and 10 minutes so far in the stream. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and help me out here with some more questions that we can talk about. As Philadelphia's on the board 3 minutes before their pick is in. They're probably going to take Quinnen Mitchell. A lot of people thought that Philadelphia might move up for a cornerback. They're not having to. Maybe they get the best name in the draft, Kool-Aid McKinstry. But I definitely feel like after signing their wide receivers to long-term deals, looking for some defensive replacement, trying to get better there. I don't know that they could. This is where Graham Barton can go. Who's the replacement at center now that Kelsey's gone? Where is he going to go? I do feel bad. I think I might have actually banned Bob. I didn't mean to ban Bob. I very much just meant to put him in a timeout. The negativity, like I said, I'm okay if you don't like the pick. Don't take it out on the fans. That was going too far, but it happens. I'll see if there's a way to unban him. Not tonight. It'll be another time. He might hope maybe he'll reach out and talk about it. But here we go. 1 minute and 45 seconds till the Eagles pick. I really feel maybe this is where Jackson Powers Johnson goes. The Eagles talking to somebody. They're going to make this pick. They could use a corner. They could use a replacement for Kelsey. They definitely don't need Brian Thomas Jr., so wide receiver is not going to be there. Lots of good wide receivers left on the board. They've gone defense, their last two picks. I would hate to sit in the green room. Me personally, I know it's a once in a lifetime type deal, but man, it's gotta be nerve-wracking sitting there and not hearing your name called and going through this process. I'll sit at home with my family. Yeah, off to this is Guyton would be the lone trade up, I think, for Washington at this point. And I don't know that that's the right move. When you're going to have to give up some good stuff for that. Yeah, Billy, they have in-house replacements. Philadelphia has been very good about spending high draft picks on their offensive line. So I know that they can move Cam Jurgens around. There's a couple guys who are in place there who can potentially take over that spot, but they also have, they can keep those guys. Cam Jurgens has done a great job at guard. Keep him at guard, take a center here. They need cornerback, offensive tackle, offensive guard, wide receiver and linebacker. And I imagine the inside line, the OG there, was because you expect Cam to take that spot over. So drinking an old fashioned. I had a couple of sippers myself here, but I'm on that water now. So Eagles pick is in. Interesting to see who this will be. I think this is the next part, right? Like for me, seeing who Washington picks is super important. I might have a couple guys I like, but truly I like to see who our division rivals take. You know, we're going to have to go up against one of the top wide receivers in the draft now, right? Who else are we going to have to face? This player here, who I think might be a defensive guy, is somebody who Jaden Daniels is going to have to, square off against. So to me, this is where the second important part is. So we see their fancy graphics as we wait for the commissioner to get to the thing. He had back surgery. I haven't been paying attention. Has he been doing his trademark hugs? I haven't been paying attention, to be honest. So somebody tells me whether or not he's been doing that. The best prospect at any position should not still be on the board right now. Is that a nod to Mitchell or Arnold for cornerback? And I disagree. Running back should still be on the board. Probably that's the only one right now. Linebackers, a day 2 pick, I think, not a day 1 pick, and depends on where you think Chop Robinson or Latu, I think, are both listed as maybe outside linebackers, but really they're pass rushers. But a true linebacker, like an inside linebacker, yeah, they're still on the board. That's your best player at that position. They're still 100% on the board. Kamish talking about some of the international athletes. See where that goes. I don't know that this is true, JG. I think with Jaden Daniels, I think one of the exciting things about him as a QB is how his floor is pretty high, and he could, go out and run for 1,000 yards and throw for 3,000, but still not win football games. And it's just like, hey, is that potential good, or is that, fake position? Is that not Trey Lance, but Justin Fields type, so I don't think we're going to know whether or not he's a boom or bust. I think it's going to take a couple of years, but the Philadelphia Eagles do take Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. So they do go cornerback. I mentioned that a lot of people were thinking Philadelphia was going to go up in the draft and have to take one, but this was an offensive draft and they get one of their guys to fall to them. I mean, he's no Christian Gonzalez falling to you at 16, but I mean, Quinyon Mitchell, good player, and I'm sure he'll do well out there in that ugly Kelly green. So now Jacksonville on the board. They also need a cornerback, a wide receiver, defensive tackle. They have offensive tackle listed, edge as well. I don't know. I think that they go defense here. I don't think, unless they want to, actually Brian Thomas Jr. locking it in. That's my pick. 100%. Yeah, Uptown Dre, they are dragging this out now. This is where it should start. This to me is where it should start kicking up. Let this move. You can drag out the beginning, even though we know where the picks are going. Drag it out. Now, don't drag it out. Let's get this kicked off. I mean, would you be happy off to? I wouldn't be happy. I think if he doesn't look happy, I think it's more he expected to be off the board before this moment. And I think in most drafts he would have been. I think the run on quarterbacks really pushed a lot of things down the board. Yeah, I mean, Kim, he didn't smile till he got out on the stage. He definitely looked mad, but hey, dims the brakes, right? I mean, you play in Toledo, so it's not like you're a Power 5 program. You don't have the competition. He did well in the Senior Bowl, as they're showing some of the clips here. I think he should have gone higher, but hey, he's still a first round pick. I would tell him the same thing I tell the kids I coach soccer, and I tell my son this all the time, right? Channel that energy into the field, right? I have a couple of kids, they're 10 years old. They get emotional and they start taking it out on refs, on other players. It's just like, no. If you get upset, you channel that animosity into the field. You know, you use that to make yourself better. So, oh yeah, sorry, JG. I should do a better job of that. That was Jacksonville with pick 23. Here right now, the pick is in, so they are moving a little bit quicker. This was a quick pick for Jacksonville, again needing a cornerback, wide receiver, defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and edge. So Brian, thanks for the assist here. And he is, right, Kim? That's the thing, right? You're the first cornerback taken. They took you over Kool-Aid McKinstry, who's good chance could go here. Maybe it's Terrion Arnold, the other Alabama kid. Is this where Cooper DeJean goes off the board? Oh, thank you. Actually, sorry. I will do that. That is 100%. That was Stoner's job, and he failed me. There you go. Good call. Locked. Good call. That's probably why I did get a couple more Sean Taylors, and I completely missed it. This is why you have 3 hosts, not 1 host, because those things do tend to go unnoticed for a while. Goodness gracious, that was almost over an hour ago. Uptown Dre, Arnold Wiggins, or Thomas McConkey. Lots of talent. Lots of talent out there. I think Brian Thomas goes next as far as the wide receiver is concerned. I do like that pick for Jacksonville. I really do. They were trying to trade for a wide receiver. And this is where the Brandon Ayuk thing is a problem, right? You know, no one needs to trade for Brandon Ayuk when you can get a Brian Thomas Jr. Is he an unknown? And Ayuk has a little bit more, you know, tape and ability that you've seen in the NFL to be successful. Sure. But you've also seen Ayuk in a Shanahan system. So is he, you know, I say this about Pittsburgh wide receivers all the time. You know, I know Carolina fans are super excited for to get Deontay Johnson from Pittsburgh, but you're taking a Pittsburgh wide receiver. And we've seen a lot of Pittsburgh wide receivers not look nearly as good outside of Pittsburgh as they did in Pittsburgh. And so I think with Ayuk, good talent, I think is a really good wide receiver too, but I wouldn't be trading a wide receiver 1 pick away. Jacksonville pick is in. Like I said, I think to me, I would go Brian Thomas Jr. here. Let's see who is the pick. Jacksonville does, in fact, take Brian Thomas Jr. Take my money. Take my money. Yeah. Farrell did start over Chase. Chase didn't get a lot of time over there. But he got $13 million guaranteed. And he's going to be playing. All right. The dreaded Cowboys are on the clock. All in, says Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones then proceeds not to spend any money in free agency. Hasn't even signed his own guys. So who does he take here? They need wide receiver, says offensive tackle, defensive tackle, running back, and center here at pick 24. I would love to see Graham Barton or Jackson Powers Johnson right now. Take JPJ, take Graham Barton. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Billy, you think that Brian Thomas Jr. was the steal? I agree that these guys. I feel like Brian Thomas Jr. was taken right about where he was expected. Quinton Mitchell, I thought, was going to be taken earlier, but Brian Thomas Jr. I felt was going to be taken in the 20s. So I don't feel like that's as big of a value. I thought Mitchell was going to go in the early teens, which is where I think that there's more value. But yeah, we got Barton, JPJ. Keep those chants coming. Keep the chants coming. Center, because honestly, I don't want to face Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Newton, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I feel like it's too early for them to go wide receiver. I would really hate if they took Xavier Leggett from us. They love the speed. Do they take a Donnie Mitchell? Take a center, Jerry Jones. Go all in with a center with your first pick of the 2024 draft. Take a center. Xavier Worthy. Yeah. That's another speedster. I think Mitchell's probably a Donnie Mitchell I would rate over Xavier Worthy, but that's another option. Keenan Coleman. Let's stop putting that into the world, guys. Let's stop putting that into the world. We don't want them to take a wide receiver. Center, JPJ, Barton. 100%. Got to be one of those. Graham Barton. Come on. Come on down. Johnny Wilson. That's who we're going to speak into the world. Johnny Wilson. I mean, how about this? What's a running back? Let's let them draft Jonathan Brooks or Blake Corum. Let them do that. How about that? Let's not even give them a good center. Let's let them draft a running back here. They do need a running back. So let them draft a running back. 100%. Yeah, Blake Corum, right? That's it. From your text to God's ears, let this be true. I will always tell people my two favorite teams are Washington and whomever is playing the Dallas Cowboys. 100%. I don't care if it's Philadelphia. I don't care if it's the Giants. I will take them over the Cowboys. Can't do it. Can't do it. Trey Benson. Yeah. There's another running back name, Brandon. Perfect. Give him a running back. Kim, one could hope. Zeke was worn out before he left Dallas. I can only imagine how worn out he is now. That would be fantastic. Well, thankfully, you're not asleep. I'm not asleep because I used Don't Sleep Energy earlier. They're not even sponsoring this show tonight. Just needed that get up. I've been up pretty early in the morning and had a long day. I knew we were going to have a long stream. We're going for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Make sure you hit that like button. I'm actually going to check real quick how many likes this video has. Let's see. Just off of YouTube, we have quite a few people watching, which I very much appreciate right now. There's several opportunities for you to be watching some other people, and I appreciate that you have chosen this to be your video of choice. We've got 107 likes so far. let's see if we can't get that even further. I know that there's not as many people watching here on YouTube as there are other places, but we do appreciate wherever you are tuning in. So I appreciate George still here, P and W still here, and everybody else as well. It's Staff Appreciation Week. Yeah, you're the real ones. You guys are the real ones. We consider all of our viewers here. Dallas pick is in, by the way. It is a trade alert. Dallas is trading back, maybe while they were asleep. They traded to Detroit. Detroit moving up. Who is Detroit going to take? Detroit needing an edge, defensive tackle. Ooh. Who is available? This is Newton, I bet. Illinois kid, Newton. Let's see who they go for. That's who I would take. Still feel like it's early for Darius Robinson, but you never know. Darius Robinson seems like a Detroit kind of guy, but I'm going to go with Newton. That's my answer. Or maybe is a cornerback? No. Yeah, I'm going to stick with Newton. We'll see. Dallas trading down. I'm not a fan of love for that. I do have one, Billy. It's District. Get yourself 10% off your entire order. Great team, DMV company, good energy drinks. I did the power shot today. That's how I'm staying up without an app today. We got Arnold as a guest. We got Kool-Aid as a guest. We've got people dancing on the stage. Would Kool-Aid go before Terrion Arnold to Detroit? Bite your kneecaps. Detroit's been really aggressive in the draft these last two, haven't they? Moving up last year, moving back and up and around and taking players that people thought, nah, yeah, that's a bit much. Goody Golfington, yeah, that's not a thing. Oh, Detroit. They had no corners. So he's thinking, well, why not take Cooper DeJean then? If they didn't have a corner. What's wrong with Cooper? You got a feel for Detroit. Oh, we have some tears. Some people can't hold it back. We had a lot of the early guys playing it really cool early, but these guys late, they're just happy to finally get taken off the board. And I did ask Terrion Arnold over Kool-Aid. Terrion Arnold going to be the pick here for Detroit. At least I'm assuming. I mean, the guy was crying. I don't think he's crying because Detroit didn't take him. He's got to oh, man, really, Detroit? From 29 to 24, you had to give up the 73rd pick? Washington's not taking a tackle at that price, guys. I am telling you right now. Billy, Darius Robinson isn't just an edge, though, is the thing. I think he's good, but I think he's a day 2 pick. He's in the green room for the record, and so people do think he's a first round pick. I think he's a day 2 pick, my opinion. Gosh, man, I hate this so much. I hate that they got they get to stay in the first round and they get a good pick there in day 2. What happened to take a center? Jerry Jones. I thought we talked about it, taking a running back. Boo. That's rough. Yeah. Bad Detroit. Bad. That's not what we wanted to see. All right. So good on Terry and Arnold with his selection here. I know they're dragging this out as we're talking about these schools and stuff. Good stuff. I'm not saying it's not good stuff. I'm saying let's get moving. Let's see where's Washington moving up. As Terry and Arnold is, in fact, the pick here for the Detroit Lions. Cooper is slated as a Swiss Army knife. Like he could be a safety. He's listed here as a cornerback, but I agree with you. He's more of a safety. He's a potential offensive weapon. Like their return guy. I don't know that he's taken here in the first round. It'd be surprising if he was not. I feel like someone's gonna lunge at him. When? Who knows? Green Bay on the clock, also needing an offensive tackle. Not something you want to hear. Not something you want to hear at all. Oof, man, that's rough. We are at pick 25. Green Bay Packers on the clock right now. They need an offensive tackle, a cornerback, a safety, an offensive guard, and a linebacker. So let's hope that they see this run on cornerbacks. Not that it's a real run, but hey, Terry and Arnold's off the board. Maybe they need to go grab their guy, and that's where they'll be. Yeah, I imagine it's going to be a bit quiet from the Maniacs and from the McCarthyites, from the Penix crowd who are team draft a tackle, move up. Could you imagine if Washington would have gone with Joe Alt at 2 and then was calling people trying to move up for Penix, and Atlanta takes him at 8 before like you're ready to be moving up for that? That would have been insanity. That would have I would have been so sad. So will the Drake trolls come through? Well, we had one Terrell. We had one guy, Bob, who I may or may not have accidentally banned. I just meant to put him in a timeout, but he was very disgruntled. Very, very disgruntled. Poor Bob. Go send your best thoughts to Bob. Give him a hug. Give him a hug. They can take Cooper. Yeah, Packers pick is in right now. Let them take Cooper. They do need a cornerback, a safety. That'd be a good pick for them. There you go. Return guy. Anything but offensive tackle. We want to keep the tackles. We want to see the tackles on the board. We don't want to see them taken here. We don't want to see them taken here. We are pick 36 is the next pick Washington has, Guzman. Right now, Green Bay is picking at 25. And their pick is in. So, yeah, Locked On Live, 100% believe that they're taking the best center available at that pick 29, whoever it is at the time. Minnesota that would be something. After the fact, trade Jaden Daniels to Minnesota. Minnesota gives us JJ. That'd be weird. One of the things I was certain about was Washington was staying at 2 and taking their guy, even if it was JJ, because you just do that. You don't play games when you need a QB. You just take your guy, even if he's higher than what other people might have. Especially in this draft where you know people were going to be aggressive about taking QBs. So Packers pick is in. We're waiting for the commish to get up there. Again, at pick 25, not too many picks left in this first round. I've been staying on strictly because it was heavily suggested Washington would trade back up. Our original plan and why we ended up giving the jersey away after 2 hours or just under 2 hours was because Stoner and Trev had to leave, but also because we were just going to do the first like 10 picks and then hop off. But I talked with EP and said, hey, I think this would be a good night for me to just do until necessary. So ended up working out. We're at 10:09 here Central Time. It's late there on the East Coast. We appreciate everybody staying in here. Yeah, we try to avoid this. We try to avoid this, Jack. We can't tell him. Can't tell him he's right. He has a patent for a back pat machine. Okay. Because he loves to think that he's right all the time. 100%. So see, Decker reported as eligible. Yeah. Well, you should have kicked a field goal too, Lions, but neither here nor there. Arnold getting all his love in with the Detroit crowd. Poor security guards trying to get that man some space. Packers pick. We're still waiting on this one to go through. Just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, my goodness. Why are we dragging out the back end? People are asleep now. I'm pretty sure EP has gone to bed. So she deuced out really early. She waited until we picked. She didn't love the pick, but I'll talk to her as well. Got to be excited now. No, Jack, don't do this. Don't put this into the world. Don't put it into the world. They're taking a running back. No, of course not. They're not going to take a running back. Let's see who they pick as the commissioners slow rolling out here. So here's a sidebar. A lot of people talk about, to me anyways, as a Washington fan, how much they don't love the burgundy and gold. First off, burgundy gold, best color combination in my opinion. But they tease me saying it's the McDonald's fries container and all this other stuff, ketchup and mustard and all this malarkey. Green Bay's green and gold, green and yellow is probably the most ugliest. Sorry, John, my buddy John, who's a big Packers guy. Yeah, no, don't love it. Jordan Morgan, they do go tackle, and the Detroit fans are loving this. Are loving this right now. Oh my goodness. Jordan Morgan off the board on pick 25. That is wild. Wow. Commandalorian, I have to agree. Jordan Morgan to the Packers. That is crazy. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That is crazy. So if Locked on Laws tell me Dallas isn't going to like this pick from the Buccaneers, this has to be one of the centers, Graham Barton or JPJ. Ooh, yeah, Jack. I'm not a big Jordan Morgan guy. I think that he translates more to a guard. I think if he's playing tackle, he's playing right tackle. I think that Wiley is going to play right tackle. Now, I mean, is Guyton is your top guy on the board. He's very raw. He's very athletic. I mean, Guyton used to be a tight end. Put on some weight. Started playing tackle. That is rough. Jordan Morgan to Green Bay Packers, not Detroit. The Detroit fans were clowning the cheesehead about that pick. Look at this. If you're watching ESPN, that is meme worthy within the NFL. That those Detroit fans are loving that selection right now. Yeah, Billy, I think that he's very athletic. I love him on the line. I would be very happy adding that kind of talent to an offensive line. But when you're looking strictly for an offensive tackle, that is where I'm not sure that he's going to end up being. That's it. That's where it is. Loved that. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with Jordan Morgan going there. Guyton is still at least I think Guyton's more of a right tackle, but at least he's going to be a tackle. But I do see Guyton falling because he doesn't have a lot of experience. Yeah. Commander Lorian, I love Sumatea. I think Kingsley is a great pick day 2 at 36. If you can sneak in Sumatea at 36, I think you'd be happy. Terrell, we've talked about this. We're not speaking this into existence. We're not doing that, Terrell. No. No. Yeah. Jordan Morgan might be seen as a reach. I think he was probably not as high on the draft board as other players at that point. But this is also what happens when the talent starts going away. We talk about how deep this draft is at the wide receiver position. There's been talk about it being deep at the tackle position. The problem is you only have so many kind of like top actual left tackle quality players. And then realistically, you need to get one in the top 20, historically speaking, to get like that elite guy. So now we're entering a territory where we're at pick 26, and I'm going to assume this is a center for Tampa Bay here. Graham Barton, likely to be off the board if JPJ isn't the selection for Tampa. But yeah, when you start getting desperate, this is where you start having to go up. And this is why building a roster is really important to get to the stage where you are picking best player available. And you do that by doing some of the things Washington did on defense. And they started stacking up a lot of these 1 and 2 year contracts and short-term contracts, 3-year contracts, to where you can still take a defensive guy, later in the round because he was the best, later in the draft because he's just the best player available, and try to develop him. And then like in the early rounds, start picking picks 25 and up, right? Where your team's good enough where you don't have to, hope that a certain position falls your way. And so it's going to be interesting to see where we end up at with Washington. Is there a position right now to move up? Tampa Bay's picking right here at 26, probably an offensive lineman, more than likely a center. Who does Arizona take? Do they need to move back? Probably not. They have quite a few picks. Buffalo's probably going to just take the best wide receiver available. There's a couple good ones out there for them. Maybe they're where Ladd McConkey goes, or one of these speedier wide receivers out of Texas. So I just don't I have been saying Washington's going to stand pat and pick a guy at 36. If you look at the top 30 visits that Washington had, I think that they're looking at the guys that were going to be available 36 and 40 that they might have wanted to call. Maybe they were calling up, trying to move up for a guy because they were hearing a lot of the buzz about people moving up. But maybe that was also a smokescreen. Maybe all this call up looking for an offensive tackle was to get some of the guys off the board and guarantee that their guy was going to be there. The draft is such, and this is why I know our friend Andy Burrow from across the pond, Andy Burrows, he hates the draft, and he's so excited for this to be over with. And Graham Barton is the pick for the Buccaneers. That means JPJ likely going to go to the Cowboys unless somebody snipes him. But the draft is so fantastic because it's essentially watching the lottery, and it's watching bingo and like real time, and you're like, you have your hopes on certain players and you just don't know where they're going to fall. And then I'm a big board game guy. And I can actually, here, I'll show you. My room's a mess right now, but I have a lot of board games. I love board games, and the draft is a big board game, right? Where it's just like, do I have to go for this player now, or is this player going to wheel, right? If you're talking a fantasy football draft, right? Can I take this person now? Can I wheel? And I think that's great. I like JPJ. I'd be upset if Dallas takes him. I think that he's a good center. So, that would help them, which sucks, which is why I don't want them to take him. But I think JPJ is a solid center and somebody I do think Dallas will take at pick 29. Arizona's pick's already in. They're moving quickly. I'm going to go with they're going to take, so they need a cornerback or an edge. And I think this is where we see Nate Wiggins leave. This is my guess. Nope. It is Darius Robinson is the pick for Atlanta. I like this guy. I think he's a great guy. I thought that he was most likely one of the guys most likely to slide into day 2. I did get a little ahead of myself here as the commish is just now announcing the pick, and I happen to catch it on the other screen. But Darius Robinson taken off the board, Missouri edge. He can play inside. He is a big dude. He's an aggressive dude. This is a guy who, if Washington was in the market for, more so an edge, then I think that there's other positions they need. Darius Robinson is a guy I loved at 36 or 40. Really, really liked Darius Robinson. Yeah, screw you. Yeah. They took a good one. They took a good one from us. Draft board game, shoots and ladders. Yeah, it's a little bit. You have people sliding and people climbing. 2 tackles in the 3rd rather than force a pick in the 2nd. See, the thing is, I don't think you're going to have to force one in the 2nd. I think a guy like Rosengarten is going to be fine. Sumatea, these guys, I'm okay picking at 40, maybe even 36. I don't think that's a big reach for them. I really don't. I don't. Peyton Wilson for pick 36. People love putting in Peyton Wilson. Linebacker, less thrilled with that. He is a baller. No, he's good. It is interesting. We didn't talk about this, but news did break before the draft. 5th-year option wasn't picked up for Jamin Davis. I don't really think that says much. I think that's more of a linebacker mentality. You don't need to pay big, especially don't need to pay big for a guy who, even though he's a 1st-round pick, he hasn't quite lived up to that 1st-round pick so far. Kim asking, has anyone reached so far? I think Jordan Morgan and Michael Penix Jr. Never mind. Jordan Morgan, yes. Maybe that's a little recency there. Michael Penix Jr. being the 4th QB and taken at 8. That is by far, to me, the biggest reach. Bo Nix probably closely after that, having to take a QB at 12 because you can't afford not to. Denver in that position, which is still crazy to me. You just traded for Wilson. You just traded for a different 1st-round pick, and now you take another QB. Those are ones that I just don't understand. Those are the 2 I think are by far the oddest choices so far this draft. Jordan Morgan, I can at least understand. He's very athletic. He's going to play in the NFL. But those 2, oof. Come on. Caleb Williams was one of one easily. I know some people loved Jaden Daniels more than Caleb Williams. Missed me with that. That honestly, that felt, I think, closer to the Trevor Lawrence situation where people just kind of got Trevor Lawrence fatigue. And I think people got, they got fatigue over Caleb Williams. The only thing to not like about Caleb Williams is all the off-field stuff was crazy. Chiefs moving up. Trade alert. Trade alert. Kansas City moving up. This is probably where I think Newton goes. You got to think that after Darius Robinson's taken off the board, a defensive talent who could play inside, this is where I can see Newton going. Another option for them. Maybe they take Guyton. Do they need a tackle that badly? It's listed as a need. Who are they going to take? No, Jack, I don't think so. As a Sooner fan, I think that he has a lot of athletic upside. He's very raw, though, and I think he more than likely ends up slotting more at the right side better than he does at the left. So would I 100% take him at this point? Because we need at least to try something at left tackle that's not Cornelius Lucas? Yes. But do I think that he will be an NFL left tackle? No, I think he'll end up being on the right side. Yeah, Kool-Aid can go off the board here. They do need one. They did just trade away Sneed, so that's something that we can talk about there for them. We are at pick 28 here right now. It was Buffalo. Kansas City moving up for this pick. So I know JG and a couple others maybe are just listening here and not necessarily watching. So Kansas City on the clock right now. Pick is in at 28, moved up with Buffalo. So Buffalo moving back here. Nate Wiggins, yeah. Nate Wiggins. I would probably do Nate Wiggins over Kool-Aid as well. So maybe. Louisiana, 100%. We back, right? No matter how you feel about Jaden Daniels, today is an exciting day. We took a QB and our coaches like him. Our new GM likes him. You got to go with it. And there's like today should be all good feelings, all good feelings. We grabbed the, what did we draft? Montez Sweat. Was he pick? He was a late first. We moved up for him. Montez Sweat draft. Montez Sweat was taken with the. Come on. Somebody help me out here because I am failing to do it. So ran the 40 and 4.1. He was taken 26th overall. So already past the point. So 26 overall. Yep. Mahomes to Mitchell, Mahomes to Worthy. Who is the pick? You guys are saying wide receivers. I'm seeing a graphic. Wide receivers. They did take Hollywood Brown. So are they adding somebody to help? It is interesting to see how defenses have kind of tried to change things up. So they had Tyreek Hill in Kansas City. So we start seeing a lot more too high, and then Patrick Mahomes beats you underneath anyways. So now Kansas City adding some speed again, maybe to bust the tops off. Is that where it's going? Could you imagine, though, Buffalo, who also needs a wide receiver, trading to Kansas City, who then picks a wide receiver? That'd be something. That would be something. Pick 26 was Montez Sweat. We're at pick 28 here. Kansas City Super Bowl champions adding to the roster. Somebody pick us in. We're dragging this out again. We need to see some more players off the board here. Only 3 picks after this. Dallas, Baltimore, and Buffalo. Does Washington move up? I'm sorry. Actually, we have 4 picks after this because I'm bad at math, apparently. So we have Dallas left, Baltimore, San Francisco, and Buffalo. Those are your last 4 picks of the night. Will Washington move up to find their player? Will they do that? Or are they going to stand pat? Or will we see a day 2 trade? Washington moving up 36 to 33. Yep. Cliff is going to be under a lot of pressure, but I think this is why Dan Quinn surrounded Cliff Kingsbury with Anthony Lynn as a run game coordinator, Brian Johnson as another offensive minded coach. I think that's twofold. One, I think it's to really help develop Cliff more as an offensive coordinator, but also, taking a guy like Jaden Daniels, if Jaden Daniels does end up offensive rookie of the year, has a good sophomore year, you could see Cliff Kingsbury going, and you need somebody to fill the spot. And so the pressure is high on Cliff Kingsbury, especially because there are people who are not high on him as an offensive coordinator, Stoner, for instance. But I think that's why we have a full shelf of offensive talent. Xavier Worthy is the pick for Kansas City. That is wild to me. And again, kind of going with the concept of your Buffalo, you trade away that pick and then they take a wide receiver. This is a deep wide receiver draft. Maybe they don't need a guy like Xavier Worthy, but that is going to be something out there for Kansas City. Honestly, Kansas City with the Rice issue, I guess they do need, they need some help. It's not just about Hollywood Brown. It's about filling that one out. 4.21 speed. Wow. Oof. As an OU guy, I can tell you the guy is good. He's going to be something to watch, I think, out there with Andy Reid. Good Lord. That's why you're a good team. So that's possible. Buffalo could go that route. You do still, there's other needs out there. I also like McConkey from Georgia as an option for them. So Buffalo, Dallas not wasting any time, by the way. So JPJ got to be the pick here for the Cowboys. Got to be the pick, right? Unless they go wide receiver too. Do they go wide receiver? Jerry Jones does like picking guys that are close because they know that he knows he can just get those jersey sales. So does he go with a Guyton up in from OU, or does he take a Donnie Mitchell, wide receiver out of Texas, getting a local guy there now that Xavier Worthy's off the board? It's got to be JPJ. It's got to be. Right? Nathan, maybe we have a deal with San Francisco at 31. I think Adam Peters might know a guy or two over there in the deal. I wonder, how does that work, though? Do you think that helps Adam Peters in the deals or hurts him? Do you think that Lynch and company say, yeah, Adam, we'll give you a 31, but it's going to cost you? And they know him enough to hardball him into doing that? Or do you think there's like a friends and family discount? Because I feel like it's closer to the first than it is the friends and family. Tell me what you think there on that particular topic. Silly goose. We don't know that. We don't know that. He could be Randall Cunningham. He could be Justin Fields. But right now is the time for hope. Hope, hope, hope. Tyler Guyton off the board. Did I not mention it? I said that Jerry Jones loves picking local guys. And Guyton off the board, going to Dallas. That smarts. That smarts a little. That smarts. Did they even need a tackle? I guess they did need a tackle. So they got their tackle at pick 29. Now Washington really, again, I just feel like they're staying pat. Baltimore pick is already in. And, Baltimore needing an edge, a cornerback, a guard, a wide receiver, and a safety. Is this where Cooper DeJean goes? Is this where they don't really need a defensive tackle? Maybe Newton does slide out of the first round. Lots of wide receivers for them. Is this where Kool-Aid goes? Yeah. Tyler Guyton, again, very athletic dude. I do think he'll end up being a right tackle in the NFL. But always hurts when my Sooners go to the Cowboys. Not a fan of that. CeeDee Lamb in a Cowboys jersey, hate it. Hate it. Sam Cosmi, Drew. Sam Cosmi might have to be our left tackle at this point. That would be horrendous. That would be horrendous. Terrell, what we do at left tackle is a hope and a prayer that we'll still have one at 36. There's still ones I like. I still like Sua Matea. Rosengarter's been pretty high lately. Might be somebody who you're able to take. I've seen, we've had some comments talking about, maybe just double up in tackles in the third round. Yeah, that's rough. There's certainly no more. I don't see, especially now, where Washington moves up. There's just none. There's no one to move up for. JG, thank you for hanging out with me. And I agree, Nathan. Tomorrow is going to be fantastic. We will not be live for it. Do find your other favorite content providers and give them a shout out for us. We will not be live. Stoner and Trev were both busy, and EP said, you're busy. So here we are, just doing day one of the draft. So, Matt, we talked with, we asked Dr. Chow, who had on earlier. He wasn't familiar with the quad injury, so he couldn't speak on it. But the kid out of Yale is a good talent, but you don't know where you're sitting with one. He's a Yale guy. So he wasn't exactly going against top tier talent. Two, he's coming off of a quad injury. He is a guy you might be able to get in the third and might be able to be a left tackle off of that. So you never know. Like I said, at that point, I much rather take in the second or third round. If I'm taking a guy for tackle, I want to make sure they're a tackle. Like, they might not be a great tackle. They might end up flaming out in the NFL, but I want it to be a tackle. And I do think that Kieran could be a tackle in the NFL. Whereas a guy like Jordan Morgan, most people are like, he's going to be kind of like Sam Cosmi. Yeah, he could be a right tackle, but he probably is a guard, right? And that's what happened with Sam Cosmi. That's what I expect to happen with Jordan Morgan. So Kieran might be an option late day 2, late tomorrow. So, and you're right. We got to trust him. And this is, I know we had our guys. I was a JJ guy. There's plenty of people, Yam, who probably turned off the TV as soon as Jaden Daniels selected, was a May guy. The Maniacs were very loud, very vocal. So were the Staniels. But Adam Peters and his team know more about, QBs than we do. And also QBs is a crapshoot. Are there certain warning signs on Jaden Daniels? Absolutely. I'll probably talk more about it as we get closer to the season, but right now is all happiness as Nate Wiggins gets taken off the board. Is this what I missed here? Let me go to the draft board, make sure I do have a job to go. Nate Wiggins goes to Baltimore. So one more cornerback off the board. Washington is kind of, I think, in the mix to grab a corner as well. So it'll be interesting to see where they fill that gap. Do they have a day 2 guy that they like? Is there a day 3 guy that we're going to see kind of come in and help? You got to think, Fuller's gone, Benjamin St. Juste, Emmanuel Forbes as your top 2 guys. Emmanuel Forbes, I feel kind of bad for him because I think that there's going to be some exciting things for him to learn. But when you talk about the physicality that Dan Quinn talks about and Joe Witt Jr. talks about, Emmanuel Forbes might not fit the bill. So, will they be able to get that for him? Could we steal Kool-Aid at 36? I might buy a Kool-Aid jersey if he comes to Washington. Yeah, I might do it just because of the name. I would probably do a custom jersey and just put Kool-Aid, skip the McKinstry part and just get his number with Kool-Aid because that's fantastic. I will probably design some, and there's probably going to be a half a dozen people who will do this, a Kool-Aid Ref the District shirt, because that would be funny. Yeah. Bakari Rambo, another fantastic name. Bakari Rambo was a fantastic name. And he showed flashes. 7th rounder, you can't get too much. So the wife said, order 2 jerseys if you get Kool-Aid at 36. That'd be something. We're at pick 31. San Francisco on the clock. San Francisco needing an offensive tackle, corner, wide receiver, center, an offensive guard. They need offensive line help. This is not what Washington wants to hear. That's for certain. Yeah. I think more and more NFL offenses are realizing how important that interior offensive line is played. We talked about, or just a moment ago, in fact, or a little bit earlier, the too high look kind of coming from the fact that Kansas City was just blowing people up. And so more offenses did the too high, and they're trying to take away the big play because the big play was the NFL norm. And similarly, I think you're starting to see where, and we saw this was effective against Tom Brady. If you crunch the center, if you're able to take away the center of the pocket, it's even more impactful than those edge rushers, which is why when I talk about the second most important position, I don't say an edge. I say a pass rusher, because Jonathan Allen could be a pass rusher. We've seen Deron Payne hit double digits as a pass rusher. And so, like, you need to, I feel like you need to have Kelsey, for instance, more than solid center, right? You need to have good interior play because you want a clean pocket. you need your QB to be able to move the pocket, but you need that clean pocket. And so I feel like that's been more and more important. So it's why Washington, I'd be way okay with them spending another 3rd round pick on an offensive guard. I know that they spent some money there in free agency, but I'm okay. You got to stack that line. And we don't know what's out there. The evaluators last year, Ricky Stromberg and Braden Daniels, where do they fit in to this offensive line? So I still think that there's something that's, interesting and crazy that we'll have to see how things kind of line up here. JG, the way this draft is going right now for Washington, they might have to kind of jump up a little bit to get a guy like Kieran, who people like. But, to be fair, Kieran could end up being a little bit like Sadiq Charles. Sadiq Charles fell in the draft with similar injury issues and also ended up just not being, a guy. He was another one who was, a tackle and moved inside, and now he's somewhere else. So, yeah, 1 pick left after San Francisco makes this selection here. See who they go. Cooper DeJean, somebody who hasn't been taken. We might not see the first white cornerback, I think, taken since Adam Archuleta, right? Is I think how far back that goes. Just an insane amount of time. But 49ers pick is in. See who they select here, needing, again, offensive line help. And I just have to feel like this is where they're going to go, is offensive line. And I'm wrong. So I will patiently wait for Roger Goodell to come to the podium for this one. The good news is for, I think, Washington fans is not the guy that we were looking at. So at least there's that. So as Roger Goodell with the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the San Francisco 49ers take Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida. Yeah, maybe a small reach, Doug. I mean, this is where boards are different. This is where I have a hard time saying it's a reach, because it's just like that's just might be the best wide receiver for what they feel. I know a lot of us are more on that Xavier Leggett. Donnie Mitchell's another one. I talked about Ladd from Georgia a couple different times. All these I definitely would have had above them, but that's who they ended up picking. So Buffalo, last pick of the first round. Will we see a trade graphic? Is Washington going to move up? Again, I feel like they're staying pat at this point. I feel like they're absolutely going to stay pat. I mean, it's just, wow. JG, really? You like Ricky that much? Oh, that was an insane catch. That one-handed grab in traffic and getting walloped. Okay, I can kind of see it there. I can see it. Yeah, I agree. They're different, and this is why I'm saying is like it. We do have a trade. Buffalo is trading. So Buffalo Bills trade pick. Who are we trading with? To Carolina. Buffalo continuing to move back. So Carolina gonna pick the last pick in the first round of the 2024 NFL draft, and they've got to take a wide receiver here. I feel like they're moving up for a wide receiver. Maybe they're taking a center. Maybe this is where JPJ goes. Don't see them taking Cooper DeJean. They're certainly not taking a running back, right? They wouldn't do that. So the Carolina gave up the 33rd pick to move up to 32. Carolina without a first round pick this year because they traded away their picks last year. Carolina is in a bad place, people. A bad, bad place. A lot of pressure on Bryce Young. And this is where I think Bryce Young has some talent, but where you get drafted is super important. So a lot of people, I know Ron Rivera, I laughed at it myself, was just like, I don't regret taking Chase Young over like a Justin Herbert or something like that. But I will tell people day in and day out, Washington, Ron Rivera takes Justin Herbert. It's not the Justin Herbert people love right now, right? Where you get drafted is just as important. So, but yeah, Carolina moving up one pick. Buffalo really savvy here, catching some extra picks left and right. They're stocking up. Buffalo is looking for who they're looking for. I'm interested. It says wide receiver is their top need for Carolina. It could be that they see someone like Ricky Pearsall go off the board and they know that Buffalo's looking for one, so they need to make this deal sweet. So they traded up one pick. So they gave away the 33rd pick and a 5th round pick, but they received the 32nd pick and a 6th round pick. Okay, so I mean, mostly a wash going up one pick, but it guarantees that they're going to get their wide receiver. And it guarantees that we're on pins and needles starting tomorrow, or maybe even starting right now, who is going to be available for Washington at 36. Crazy, crazy day. Jaden Daniels, franchise quarterback for the Washington Commanders. We can be excited right now. If you got some animosity to it, if you got some, dislike or disdain, try to get it out of your system within the first 24 hours and then come back and say, okay, I'm ready. Let's do this. Let's be excited and win some football games. I said this about JJ. I'll say this about any of them. They start winning football games. I guarantee you will not care if you're a maniac. I guarantee you will not care if you didn't like them. You will be happy as long as Washington is winning football games. So be patient. Trust the process right now. Like I said, 6 weeks in, if you want to tell me I told you so, tell me 6 weeks in. Don't tell me now when we haven't seen them do anything, right? So Carolina pick is in. Last pick of the first round, Washington did not. So my bold prediction does hold true there. Washington not moving back up into the first round. I don't know that there was a good spot for it. We talked about moving up to 20, maybe to 16, maybe to 18. And there just ended up not being a good spot for it. And Roger Goodell here going to announce the 32nd pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers will select. Waiting for him to pop it. Oh, no. Xavier Leggett off the board. Oh, no. Wow. Uh-oh. Well, that doesn't necessarily make us happy here, but tell you what, there's still some good wide receivers on the board. It'll be interesting. Let us know in the comment section either now or hit us up somewhere else as far as who you think Washington will take at 36 and 40. I still think there's a lot of good players left on the board. Washington with 5 picks tomorrow. We won't be streaming live, but we will have a breakdown for you on Monday. We appreciate everybody jumping in the chat today, having a good time. Congratulations if you're one of the people who won one of the things that we gave away. We're going to be looking for more opportunities to do that in the future. I appreciate everybody. We've been going 4 hours and 23 minutes today. I appreciate every minute that you've been here with me. I'm Nathan Perry. We had Trev, we had Stoner, and we had you, of course. But until next time, draft an offensive tackle. Be a fan.